Okay, we're gonna convene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings. We're honored by the presence of the governor today, and first up is the Office of the Governor.
Okay, I'm going to first let Brooke start us off, if that's okay, Chair.
Okay, just a little housekeeping here. Aloha, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the Finance Committee, Brooke Wilson, Chief of Staff to the Governor. And with me today, I have some of the folks from our team in the Governor's office, and I wanted them to come so you could see their faces and know who they are and what they do. So I'm going to start with, in no particular order, but because she's sitting there, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Lori Abe.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Lori Abe.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Melissa Kim is our Director of Protocol. Bonali Pauulu, who is the Director of our Constituent Services, so proclamations or ceremonial things, she's our person there. Sherry Carter is the First Lady's Executive Assistant or Director. Sorry if I messed that up. Let's see, Erin Masui here is the Governor's Scheduler, so if you need to get on his calendar, she's very nice and gentle, and you can find her in the directory.
The others are not nice, so
Behind Makana, who I will leave for last because she's the best, famous one, Crystal Hara Cook is our ASO. So she supports me a lot, and she has experience. She worked for a governor prior to us, and if you need anything, please reach out to her. And then Makana McClellan, who needs no introduction, the governor's director of communications. So, and then I will leave Blake, who is our special, most seniorest advisor. You will work with him the most probably, and he has all of our trust and a direct line to the governor and I. So anytime, we're all available to you, but I just wanted you guys to know who some folks are. Now, separate from the governor's office, sort of, but not really, is the Office of Wellness and Resiliency. That's Tia Hartsock right there. She's doing a lot of work right now to stand up that office, and after, I guess, a 2-year period, they will go to the Department of Human Services. So that is our team. We have some staff here. I just want to point them out. Julian Juarez, who's on the Chief of Staff team, and Cameron Deptula here. General Hara is here to also support GOV 100. Actually, no, he comes up after us, and he's just that kind of guy on time. So, we don't have any requests for the governor's office, so I wanted to give the governor an opportunity to give you an update. He has some slides he shared with you, and we did send them to the team here at Finance, so if you want to pull them up on the screen, you can. But I will turn it over now to our governor, Josh Green.
great. Good to see you, Chair. Members, great to be with you. We'll just talk a little bit informally. I'm glad to see you have the high-tech security system here in place. Yeah. It's going to definitely be good. It's been an extraordinary year. What our priorities are today, they also were a year ago, with, of course, the addition of a significant amount of work, which we expect we'll do in partnership for Maui and across the board to prepare ourselves for other natural disasters and challenges. So that's the broadest overview I can share with you. We have, as you know, submitted a supplemental budget. The overview that I would share is this. We maintain strong reserves in our budget. We preserved the rainy day fund and did not have to go there as yet. We are so grateful for all the support we had last year when our priorities were met. There's always more work to do, as we know, so that's also what I'm going to share in brief reflection. Also, we were grateful to see the Council on Revenues come back with a number which I felt was a better reflection of where we are as a state. And I am particularly grateful to see that because it will give us some flexibility to, as partners, take on big challenges in our state. You'll see us talk about our budget for wildfire recovery costs. We'll invest in climate adaptation and disaster preparedness. You'll see us continue to focus on housing, homelessness, healthcare, climate, and education. I'll mention a couple priority bills, which, if they survive, will ultimately come through here, I'm no doubt. And just know that we're going to keep our priorities going forward because though we have had heartache and a new extreme challenge to support the people of Lahaina, we still have the great challenges of providing enough mental health care for our community. We still have the need to perpetually protect against similar environmental crises, and our housing and homeless issues have not gone away. We think we've made some progress, but they certainly have not gone away. So in this package, we will have the fire recovery items. They include establishing a fire marshal, for example. Many recommendations that your hard work gave to us have been included in what we see as the right things to do. We will come back with the next phase of the Green Affordability Plan or the tax plan and humbly ask for your consideration. We'd like to lower the cost of living for Alice families, which still number at about 42% statewide and 60% for those who are Hawaiian. So we see that as an issue. We do really hope that we can find a solution on impact fees, climate impact fees. Again, I said it last year, I say it again, we are open to whatever mechanism you feel will work best to draw some resources from those who travel in large numbers to Hawaii to help us with climate impact, sustaining our recovery, and preparing for the future. We've submitted a couple bills which you'll soon see. One of them is a $25 fee on any time a person comes and signs in at a hotel or at an Airbnb, any other short-term rental. That's one way to do it. The other way, of course, though controversial to some, is just adjusting the TAT. It's the easiest way to collect money, but it has its detractors. So we respect that process. That's, we know you're Kuleana. But I do think that we want to have a sustained flow of resources for these issues. So that's a very big priority for us. You'll see another couple points at $20 million in general funds. We've asked for Hawaiian homelands, wildfire recovery and prevention, $17.4 million for DLNR. These are projects that we've all been committed to over the years. Some statewide wildfire response, so it's not even just one county or another. There were considerable challenges in Waikoloa this year. Additional 20 positions and $653,000 in general funds for brush fire positions at Haima. Haima's done an extraordinary job helping us through this, and we commend General Hara and his team. Also, we will be supportive of him as he makes the case to have better facilities for Haima, better structure, so that's important too. You'll see extra support from Maui this year, of course, for disaster case management services, geo bonds for fire prevention. A lot of repairs are going to have to occur to infrastructure. And then finally, all of these plans that we have on wildfire mitigation, I'll let those be broken out over time by the different departments. But we want to do all that we can to have wildfire breaks, increase our capacity from a technology standpoint, and so on. Which is why I once again come back to having a climate impact fee or a mechanism to have perpetual prevention dollars, I think makes a lot of sense. I think that has got to be core to what we do as government. There are homeless solutions that are in the works. As you know, John has come over from your esteemed body and come to us. We'll try to have a replacement for former Rep. Mizuno sometime in the next week or so. I do want to say we're going to see some fantastic things. We were honored to have James Koshiba for a year. As he goes back to the private sector, he set the stage for us in a great way. We now have the early start on what will amount to about 1,300 Kauhale units. As we go forward, the list is very impressive, and I assure you, when you see the spreadsheet, it's terrific. We welcome your input always on that. We already have the resources, so good news there. This will greatly decrease the utilization we have out of Medicaid as we go forward. So this is going to be a cost savings as we enhance our ability to care for one another. And you saw the experiment work quite well with the medical Kauhale right across the street. We honored our commitment to have it only be there till the new year, but I would expect we will want to come back with that model in strategic places. You'll also see us push forward on community Kauhale, where community organizations say that they would like to handle the cost of Kauhale if we would just give them a little help. So we will probably be doing that robustly with units going into communities while a church or a nonprofit provides the services and support. We'll, as I kind of come to a conclusion, we'll invest in mental health care. It is obvious that we have to be supportive of the Hawaii State Hospital and all that they do. in my opinion, we still don't have enough capacity statewide at all to care for the many people that are wrestling with mental illness. I do recall that that the incoming class made this a priority, and it is. It really is. We are going to need to keep wrapping our heads around how much more capacity we need. This will tie in to ultimately what we do at the new jail. It has to be restorative and therapeutic in its space there. And it's going to be expensive when the time comes, but it will be a complement to our mental health care system. We will very likely be sending governor's messages down in the coming days, mostly on mental health care and health care in general. I'll try not to surprise you too much. And then finally, there are just some wonderful smaller programs where we're doing all that we can to get partnerships to help others. For example, we want more funds for vision screening in DOE schools, but we're also getting millions of dollars from the private sector to do the Vision to Learn program. We, as you funded and is extremely successful, funded the loan forgiveness program for about 500 healthcare providers. You gave us $10 million the first year and $20 million this coming year. We're going to do more than 500 in the next group, and we will quickly get to a place where we don't have a shortage of healthcare providers. And that was terrific and augmented by a $5 million donation. We expect more of that. So we're working in that way too. What I'll do is I will just make one mention. Thank you for understanding that we went through some pretty tough times making sure that the budget could balance after they severely restricted the amount of monies on the previous estimate, when they gave us the estimate of resources. And I'm, as you well know, cognizant of how it can throw a monkey wrench into people's plans when we pulled monies back from the cash CIP to the bond CIP. But we respect your priorities, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you push forward and being supportive of that all the way. It did come as a very positive surprise once again that we got some of the Council on Revenue's dollars back. So I'll pause there and just thank you for welcoming me, and know that we're going to be there right with you all the way on every priority.
Okay, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you. Members, we're going to open it up to questions. Okay, Representative Lamosan.
Morning, Gov. And morning, Brooke.
Morning.
Good to see you guys. I just wanted to double check on the vacancy report that you guys submitted on November. You have 2 positions that you have expected dates to fill, and it's past the January 2nd. So I just wanted to double check if those vacancies were filled.
So the chief negotiator, is that what you're talking about? And
This is on table 11 for the policy
Yeah.
researcher and the state disaster.
okay, yeah. So the chief negotiator has been secured, so that's done. And the policy researcher has been filled, so we are filled in those 2 positions.
So you're still waiting to fill this state disaster relief coordinator?
Yeah, we're in
Okay.
recruitment right now. So this report was actually as of November.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Hi, around the podium. Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I got a bazillion questions, but I can take it offline with respective departments and what have you. I was looking at I don't know if it's typos in this book. I was just reading the positions in your office, the temporary and permanents. It seems like the numbers are flipped in your, I think from,
That was updated. I think it was,
so currently in FY +25, your permanent number is 23 and your temporary is 39. Is it opposite, the numbers?
yeah.
And
Our ASO is going to answer this because she had
okay.
an update.
Hi, I'm Crystal Cook, ASO in the governor's office. There was an update to the position count. The correct number is 23 temporary and 30 of the permanent. That information has been submitted, and if you have further questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, a follow-up, Chair. And it looks like the budget is up by 85,621. But you're showing no percentage changes, but that's an added cost. Am I reading the numbers correctly?
Are you still looking at table 3?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah, I believe that's just a clerical error. It should be updated accordingly with the increase in the budget. Yeah.
So it is an addition of 85.
Yes, that's
1,000.
correct. I believe it's. We can get back to you on the details of why the increase was made. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And so I need to just jump in and get, I guess, some of the glaring questions at this point, because there's just way too many. But I just want to first off appreciate General Har for visiting Lahaina and, a personal visit along with Kathy Ho and Dr. Fink. I've been noticing there's been over 30 visits to Lahaina, and I know you're busy, Governor, and your staff and folks. I haven't had the opportunity to meet face-to-face in Lahaina. So I think the one thing in Launi Apoko, that project, the 17.5 million, what is that, about? And is it and it's a temporary thing, and we're gonna expend 17.5 to house 14 families?
We'll probably get you updates on the overall Maui approach from our response coordinator, Luke Myers. The truth is we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in both temporary and then permanent housing in Maui. The other day, and I was to Maui over 20 times in the last 150 days, of course, personally. But the need for transitional housing in addition to just the long-term housing of people for the next 2 years, we did a $500 million memorandum of understanding just last week, of which $250 million for that is coming from federal government. $150 million is projected to come from us as we pay for any number of thousands of long-term rentals. But in addition to that, the plan calls for building out an enormous amount of transitional housing. And like I said, I'll let Luke go over all of the details one by one with you if you'd like. The general feeling is we would like to get the federal government to build 500 units of transitional housing that we would like to commit to over time, anywhere between 500 and 1,000 units. And this is being discussed in partnership, of course, with the county and the mayor, who has the lead to determine really where housing should be put. Just this morning, I had a long conversation with Hawaii Community Foundation, and the need for ADUs is being expressed. My other strong feeling is that we should accelerate, to the extent that we can, permanent housing and get people to accept it. Now, in full candor, it's been very difficult to get permanent housing approved in Maui over the years because of the challenges that we have with water and a general reluctance to build by many. But for at least this short period of time, we have to take care of those who lost their homes. Also, we're going to be expediting the permits, and this will be, again, heavily county-driven, but the permits for those who were the 561 families that were both owners and occupiers in Lahaina. These are really large plans. They will be billions of dollars, actually, over time. The much smaller increments of funding is really to get us through this tough time.
Okay, thank you. And so, Chair, I guess with Luke Myers, this, I guess, offline, if I
No,
can.
it's coming up later.
Oh, he is, okay, all right. Yeah, I have others, but I'll questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Governor. Some questions on disaster recovery. Where is the status on the disaster recovery fund that we've been discussing?
Yeah, so we've exhausted a lot of the major disaster fund already as we start paying our bills. We were responsible for a percentage, as you know, of the housing. We can break that out, but in this budget, our requests total $452 million. It's $237 million in general funds, $1.5 million in special, $12.8 million in Fed, and then the $200 million in revolving funds that we've been utilizing. We've budgeted, and again, I'll go through this kind of in more detail with Luke at our back, but we've set aside, my understanding is about $600 million over the next several years to, for the most part, deal with housing and debris removal. We will have to pay at some point possibly a percentage of the debris removal. To date, refresh people's memory that we got 6 months of 0% share for debris removal. It is targeted to take a year. We will ask for that extension to the full year because that's a big number. The overall cost of removing the debris will certainly exceed $1 billion, of which we would be responsible possibly for 10% or more. We'll try to get that wiped clean, and I think we'll be likely to succeed based on what I've heard from the federal guys, from the president's team. In addition to that, though, we are going to have to bear a pretty heavy chunk of the housing responsibilities in recovery because of the individuals that don't qualify directly for FEMA. It will be on us. One of the things I didn't mention in the earlier comment I was making about our MOU that we have with the county, but also with Hawaii Community Foundation, CNHA, and so on, is that they're putting in tens of millions of dollars. We just had a commitment of $50 million from Hawaii Community Foundation directly to help us with this housing piece, which is money saved against what would otherwise come from taxpayer dollars for those who don't qualify.
And then what about just recovery for affected individuals? I know you had discussed a recovery fund for those individuals. What's the status
Thank you.
on that?
Perfect. Yes. So I'll be giving an update again in much more detail, but I'm happy to do it, the preliminary part of that today. We have secured $170+ million. 65 is our share as of now. The likelihood is that number will come in significantly lower. Let me break this out. There are 100 individuals, anyone who lost a loved one would qualify, and then anyone who was significantly injured would also qualify for some settlement. The loss of life, the offer will be $1.5 million per person, and we don't know yet how many people will take us up on that. It certainly won't be 100%, but we have had people now reaching out to us and asking to be a part of that program. We'll know in February, March exactly how many people do tend to take one up on an offer like that. We have $75 million committed from HECO, $65 million from us, $10 million from the county. We have $15 million committed from Kamehameha Schools, $2.5 million committed from, Spectrum, and then we believe that 2 other parties will come in also in the near future. So we have enough money for that settlement offer. It is actually going to go pretty quickly. We think the settlement will only take 4 to 6 months total to finalize, and people will get their resources if they are part of the settlement, as opposed to the 4 to 5 years that it might take if they litigate. So I think a lot of people probably want to take us up on it. Also, there'll be no consequential legal fees for people. So it's helping to get people closure. It doesn't heal necessarily, and it can't replace a lost loved one, but we want people to be able to move on if they can. The following iteration of settlement will be much larger, but we don't have a grasp yet. We do have consultant teams that are working on it with us. When people decide to litigate on the property damage, that could be substantial, but we're working on plans to find ways to give people land. We're working on ways to find settlements also there, because we're very mindful that the work is the most important thing to get people back into homes. but we'll keep you apprised every step of the way when we see big cost items.
And then is there any discussion to bring in some of the other lawsuits currently going on between the county and, some of our public utilities to resolve some of those claims without litigation?
There is, yeah, very high-level discussions constantly. We're using one firm, Ducera. We have a lot of support for our Attorney General, and it will not surprise me if we can accommodate major settlement. Again, your thoughts are right on the mark. I think that settlement, which doesn't have to be cash, may very well be necessary. I'll share a concept with you just quickly, just so you can start thinking about whether it suits us. We do have some land there. It is going to be difficult for everyone to rebuild in Lahaina that might want to, because there's going to have to be some consideration of setback, and also some of the roads were very tight, where we would not be able to build the same number of units. So we want to help people still live right in West Maui, and it may come down to an opportunity to find some land to give people in settlement, in parcels where they could build their homes as they get their insurance settlement, as they get whatever litigation result that they get. So I'm hopeful about that. Again, my position is going to be whatever the people of Lahaina, especially those who are displaced, want, we're going to try to accommodate, because they've suffered so greatly. But we will have some financial realities to address.
And then to transition a little bit to housing and homelessness, I know you briefly discussed this kauhale you had right out here.
Yes.
Did those units get moved somewhere? What is replacing what was just here?
Okay, so those units got moved to Middle Street, where they are going to be opening another kauhale, and there's also units that were moved to the windward side.
Okay. When you say Middle Street, you mean where that paintball field on the other side of?
Correct,
Okay.
under the overpass.
Okay,
Yep.
understood. And then my last questions are we going to see any bills from the administration on, some of the things that you adopted in your housing and homelessness EPs, suspension of the school impact fee? I know that was an interesting topic. Are we going to see bills relating to those for permanent suspension of those issues?
We don't have a plan right now, although we would welcome them. Okay, so it was somewhat controversial, as you know. We did pull back on the suspension of some of the environmental considerations on the housing proc, though I still stand by the fact that we were never going to do anything that would really compromise our environmental considerations. We want a lot of these emergency proclamation provisions to ultimately be ensconced in statute, because it helps us. We can really go forward quickly on Kauhale with this EP that we're now in year 2 on. And on the housing emergency proclamation, look, I would love to have that be done as a fully streamlined process, but it really probably should come from the policy branch. It's better because you guys will teasing out all the debates. So I think you're best positioned likely to give us that bill. We're going to be supportive of it, though. The housing proclamation, bless you, emergencies can't go on forever, of course, and we'd like to begin to wind those down as soon as we get enough units set up along TOD and in the urban core. I mean, that's really what we're looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Kilo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Governor. I have a question. So, I would say that what is equitable is sometimes not popular. And as you know, outside of the Honolulu urban core, West Oahu houses the second highest concentration of unhoused populations, right? And I know you folks are trying to expend the Kauhale funds, but when we are looking at other places throughout the island, I want to know what is your folks' commitment to equality, because I don't want to displace some of these folks from where they're from, but homelessness is not the burden of just West Oahu, right? Because it's continually been that way. And I understand that it's sometimes the temperament of conditions is much better to house folks there. But I'm looking for, is there a commitment from your folks' team to expand Kauhale, not just in West Oahu, but in places where there are much more affluent neighborhoods? Because the solution to homelessness is all of us, right?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to see Kauhale equally distributed across the whole state. I didn't bring that notebook down. Although and we'll share this with you guys as soon as this week, there's an incredible spreadsheet showing dozens of Kauhale that are in different stages of of approval, of contracting, and so on. The Middle Street is one example, but we would like to see a lot more spread. We're talking about Windward, for instance, this last week, and we apologize if we caught anyone off guard. Just we keep rolling, and we're also doing quite a few neighbor island Kauhale as well, because our operating theory is that if Kauhale are spread evenly in the geography with some extra focus where there's a big population density of those who are homeless, then no one will feel the burden disproportionately. And the challenge, of course, is to convince people to go into them, to take us up on an offer. Like if they were comfortable living in one part of the state, say West Oahu, sometimes it's hard to get people to move over. But one thing that you're going to see, which will be transformative, is the Community Kauhale initiative that's coming now. We have the funds for it. This is where we will, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we'll ask churches and nonprofits if they would like to host a Kauhale. We will give them the units and they will run it, meaning that it opens up a whole new opportunity for us as a state to spread very evenly in different communities. A lot of churches have reached out to us to ask if they could do this. It's actually kind of a call back to the past, which is what churches often did in the old days. They found some amount of capacity, but that was before there were anywhere near these numbers of people who were without a home.
And then, so when you hear or was here, we're talking about the housing shortage, right? And I just want to caution the administration that for me personally, as we expedite housing, right, which I'm all for, but I told you here, if we have the highest credit card debt in the country, who are we building the houses for, right? And I think the conversation has always been, constitutionally, we cannot ban folks from buying properties here. But I think more than ever, watching DHHL expend the monies that they did, if we're looking for future proofing to keep Hawaii residents here, I think that's the answer, right? Because that is legally the only way that we can almost discriminate populations from housing.
Yes.
Because we know we build DHHL housing, it's going to be a Hawaii family. Yeah. But as now we're coming on the encumbrance of almost a 600 million, is there further thinking from the administration of what you folks are looking long-term to continue that expansion?
Yes. Kali will come in and ask for more money if you guys think it prudent, for sure. And you're right to say that the word discriminate, it is appropriate, but it's not a negative word. Mm-hmm. It's to be discriminating about where need is. As I mentioned, 60% of our population, speaking to the credit question, 60% of our Hawaiian population are living in the Alice family category, which is 18% higher than the state average. That tells us that is a great space to be focusing. And I've always known Waianae, Ka'u, and a couple other communities were the right places if you wanted to decrease disparities. Housing disparities, health disparities, justice disparities. That is the right thing. Now, having said that, there's a whole bunch of people that are struggling across every ethnicity. So we're mindful. One thing that we're going to do, and I'll give you a little preliminary view of another. There's only a couple bills. I'm really trying hard to deliver on what you guys have funded and what we are asked to administer. I'm trying to focus on that so that you are the drivers of key policy. But there are two pieces of legislation that I feel passionately about that would help us immensely. I mentioned the first one, which is some mechanism to have funds perpetually into to address climate impact. I feel very strongly that we should do that forever. The other one is a major move to give a runway for us to move away from short-term rentals to long-term rentals for local families, or long-term ownership for local families. And so the legislation that we'll be passing, or that we will be proposing, is legislation to provide essentially an amnesty period for those who are willing to sell their properties to others who will then be living and occupying those houses. So we are going to propose an amnesty period where they will be free from taxation on capital gains, potentially general excise tax, and so on for a period of time. We're hoping to do at least two things. One, entice people that were running illegal Airbnbs and get away from that and put those houses into our population. And two, people who just realize, and I want to say this bluntly, we don't need so many short-term rentals in Hawaii. It's killing us on Maui. It's hurting us everywhere else. And if we can move, as you know, we're trying to build upwards of 50,000 units. If we could instead move 20,000 units from the short-term rental market into long-term housing, we will have gone a really long way toward affordability. So that's a piece of legislation which Blake and team will be able to begin to go over with you in the course of the next 2 weeks. That's a game changer for us, and it's another way to, in some ways, be discriminating toward local families. We won't be able to put a legal prohibition on the sale to others, but we can influence that based on workforce needs. What we did in the first year, the highlights were we did the teacher's contract, which really elevated teacher salaries, and we've seen a great deal of retention because of that. We did healthcare, which was the loan forgiveness, which will be in perpetuity to help all of our people on Medicaid especially. And the next big success would be people who are living in the Alice family category who need a home.
Because I think my concern is that maybe 2 years ago now in Kolokai and Kapolei, a 5-bedroom house was being offered at $380, and we now know that we're looking at 4s at this point for the Hawaiian Homestead offers. But if we continue to wait, right, it's gonna be at the point where does it make sense to even buy a Hawaiian Homestead lot when competitively other houses are being offered at $600,000-$700,000, right?
Yeah.
And so I appreciate the commitment, and I look forward to seeing some of the more things come down the pipeline. And then one more question, Chair, if you don't mind. The $60 million that you are proposing that goes into the fund, is that subject to legislative approval, or is that coming out of?
It is. I mean, the $60 million, we are just putting it in our budget, our supplemental budget, and it is a part of our line items for Maui recovery. Basically, a lot of money was expended initially for a lot of problems, but came from the $200 million that you gave us and we shared those numbers with you, out of the discretionary budget at the end of last session, which were just, again, it turned out to be a very fortuitous situation that you had seen fit to do that, and then we had an actual crisis. So we moved a lot of money there. But you will see the Master Disaster Fund. We'll make sure we monitor it very closely, make sure that you get all the answers that you need from our team. We'll be right on it with you, but that is part of our expenditure, our total expenditure.
And then maybe offline, I think on the chopping block was the teacher housing monies at $50 million. It went down to 5.
Yes.
Is that still? Are the monies going to be returned, or were those monies expended? We can, if we can follow up.
In general, we can get back to you. What really,
BNF team.
regarding that though, the big picture on that was the window to expend those was so small that there were some things that there wasn't already a master plan in place to expend that teacher housing money. And I think teacher housing is another way to the extent we can discriminate in a positive way, we should. Teacher housing, housing for nurses, housing for individuals that might be somewhat constrained as far as income, but are essential services. I am all in favor.
Yeah. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Morikawa followed by Lamasao.
Thank you. Governor, I thought when you first put up that Kauhale right across the street, that was a very genius idea. But now that it's gone, what is the plan? I mean, will we start seeing people congregate again?
We may. So what I would like to do, I have already been on foot scouting another location in the downtown area, just so you know. And I don't want to surprise those who I might propose we use their land, because they're not in this room right now. I want to talk to them first, but I think we should have one in the urban core. We also would like to have more of the pure hygiene buses that just do the showers and bathrooms. And we will, and John, when he comes in and starts giving you updates, we will be proposing that we expend some of the money from the funds that you've already given us for Kauhale and Ohana zones into that. Every time you put one of those in there, people do congregate. What we found from the Kauhale, the medical respite Kauhale, was It took care of the sickest people, and then a fair number of homeless individuals came and got showers and services, right? Or little wound care. That's why it was so good. I do think we should have one in the urban core, and there's a couple locations. I'll be quite frank with you. If this committee or any other committee told me to do one in the urban core, I will start it the following week as far as putting it in place, because it's helpful to have a little bit of that input. There's a parcel right behind our residence near Priory. There's a parcel that is toward the water, the county water department's land. We asked Queens humbly if we could use any of their land, but they didn't have any available at the time. So it is a good thing. We got pushback really just about parking, which, that's a little tough for me to swallow, okay? But I want to see it in the urban core because you're always going to have some folks around here. A lot of people will go to Middle Street, though, and there's another piece of land just on the other side of the police station where there's a corridor. There's like a little corridor you walk through into a compound area where we could do it. But what we've really learned is if you don't build the services right where people need them, they sometimes don't go there, and I don't want to be wasteful at all. So definitely call me. If anyone wants one specifically in a place downtown, you can be sure we're going to jump on it.
And I just want to say that when you have something like that, it's easier to clean up the area because you have a place to send these people to. Now, just one more question, clarification from myself. When a person goes here, who pays it? Who pays for it? They just can go get the services and go leave?
Yeah, the way it worked was we had a budget and we did a contract. In this case, it was with Project Vision, and they covered all services, soup to nuts. And if you want to know what the grand plan is, the grand plan is to have, over time, dozens and dozens of Cal Poly across the state, some community, some formal, where each year the service contract gets smaller and smaller and smaller because people get more and more capable of caring for themselves. And also we are able to hire people with lived experience, those who have been homeless, give them jobs with basic pay, essentially minimum wage, and that offsets a lot of the costs. Because once people are stable, their lives are better, and they have plenty of time to care for their own small community. We saw some of that already, and we're going to continue to expand our team, including with Medicaid dollars through the 1115 waiver. We're allowed to start hiring people from some of that money. So this will be a national model by the time we're done with our term. We're going to continue with the goal of decreasing by 50% those who are unsheltered homeless in our state in this 4 years. And I think we're well on our way. Just be loving to your former colleague, John Mizuno.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Representative Lamasal.
Sorry, Hov, I just had a question about Act 90. Like, what's the status on that? And do you have an internal timeline of when you would like those lands transferred to DOA? This is the DLNR transferred to DOA.
Yeah, so thank you, Rep. We're going to have a full announcement next week on the first batch. Actually, I did prioritize that in cabinet work this last year. I asked the DLNR and ag directors to not mess around, to really make those transfers to get that land into production. And so I think that we're probably going to outstrip previous administrations by a huge amount as far as transfers.
Okay, and then do you have like an estimated time where all the lands will be transferred, like expected date?
Yeah, I don't get into that granularity. I leave it to the directors, but you can hold them to account and get an absolute number.
Okay, I will ask them. Thank
Thanks.
you.
You bet.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Governor. My question is in relation to the DLNR budget, specifically Table 4. There were several items relating to fire and emergency response, positions for fire protection program, forest resource management for fire resilient landscapes, restore funds for fire protection program that were requested by DLNR but weren't, I guess, approved from budget and from your office. So I'm just curious as if you can share a rationale for those.
Sure, it's very possible in subsequent discussions we have now included them. So I'll give the handout that we just sent you. I can even give you this draft. Enumerates those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be back in already.
Yes, so you're right. Those additions we're working forward now. That is, you're right. That's essentially a priority for us. And not just their budget, but also including where we have some crossover with the Department of Transportation budget, where it speaks to some of the ways they can do fire mitigation, though not in the traditional DLNR setting. That's what I mentioned earlier, like cutting fire breaks, cutting roads that are escape routes and so on, things that are quite expensive, but they are able to do. But yes, each of these positions are going to go back in. And we were a little, until a week ago, or even maybe less, we were reticent about too many large additions because we just didn't have the money. We now have over $400 million of additional resources based on the Council of Revenues. We're still going to be a little cautious because we're going to see another number in March. But, you know, if I may, well, first, to answer your question, yes, we'd like those positions restored, and that money is going to be prioritized. And I would actually love to use our climate impact dollars toward these kind of projects, but let's not get ahead of that.
And we'll get back to you on these. I actually believe these were put back in the budget, but it'll be dropped on the 22nd. So
Okay.
Those details will
Yeah.
follow up. Yeah.
And the other comment I would just make is that I would say arguably the toughest decision I had to make in the first year was the announcement to consider reopening West Maui. It's not something we felt we wanted to do. It's something that we felt we had to at least discuss with the global community of travel to Hawaii and to Maui. And that decision was completely based on experience during the COVID era when we had mixed messaging and delays, and we ended up seeing some pretty steep decreases in our ability to have any revenue for the state. So this time around, though we knew it was going to be very difficult for a lot of people, we felt that we had to be direct about Hawaii being available in general for travel and tourism, even if the numbers were going to stay low in West Maui. And it appears that did result in what we had hoped, which is that we wouldn't see a deep recession in Hawaii, which would have made things so much tougher. I really believe that some of those decisions ended up helping us with the Council on Revenues and with people coming to Hawaii overall. So I wanted to explain that because that was really hard for us to do, knowing that people were recovering, but that was about future months and years, not really the moment. We're still seeing quite low numbers of travelers, specifically to West Maui, but we didn't see a deep decrease in revenue on Oahu, Kauai, Big Island. So it's just a consideration. I just wanted people to understand. Yeah.
And then one more question. Thank you for the legislation that we can expect regarding short-term rentals. I'm just curious if there's any additional immediate actions that we might see relating to the conversion of short-term to long-term, specifically relating to West Maui.
Yes. So regarding West Maui, the people that, for example, the Lahaina Strong movement made many good points, but one specifically strong point, which was that a lot of those rentals need to be made available to local residents. So I'm taking the position that I will pursue a short-term moratorium on short-term rentals if it's necessary. So we now have triggers in place that if we don't get to 1,500 converted units available for people to, have as homes, which we will be paying for along with the federal government, that I will trigger through emergency rules a short-term rental moratorium in those zip codes. It will be controversial. That will be on me to defend. I don't want to put any local representation in the line of fire on that. It's because for the good of the people of Maui, we have to provide housing. Otherwise, there are cascading challenges, mental health challenges, employment challenges, education challenges. We have seen a big surge recently in the last 10 days of people converting from short-term rentals to long-term rentals, mostly because they are now going to get property tax exemption, one. Two, we're going to give them fair market value, so they're going to be kept whole. And three, the specter of a moratorium, even if it's in 60-day increments based on the emergency proclamation, is pretty serious. I do believe it will hold up legally in court based on the decision that came out in 2018. When there was a flood on Kauai, there had to be a moratorium on short-term rentals to help people survive, and it held up in court. There are a lot of similarities. If I may, we should convert 20% or more of our short-term rentals to long-term rentals or permanent housing for our families. We should do all that we can to apply proper pressure. And if you guys come down with, kind of thunderous legislation on this matter, I'll sign it.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Governor, for coming today. We really appreciate it. I just have a couple comments, not really questions, but I appreciate that you're looking at, because I think that's part of the problem, is that this appetite from out of state to buy those homes and use them for highest best use for as far as their perspective. But at the same time, I'd like you to also think about that. Right, I believe what got us into that place in the first place was, Maui County did it and others did it too, but Maui County did it in a big way where they really didn't want to have additional hotel rooms and things like that. So they targeted high-end visitors and things like that. And then so the market adjusted by using homes as the alternative for a cheaper alternative, right? So the market figured out how to adjust because of policies we put in place. So the only thing that I caution is that as you put this in place, I think we need a comprehensive plan on what kind of visitors we're going to have, the wide array of high and low. And because if you only target one, then the market will figure out something else. And then just a well thought out transition into what you're talking about, because I do believe that sometimes well-intended ideas have unintended consequence. Just as I don't know if you ever saw, and I brought this up in other briefings, is just as pointed out in the House Maui plan put out by Hawaii Community Foundation, right? The Maui County put out these affordable housing requirements. And since they started putting all those mandates in to just try to get more housing, permitting went down, right? Because of all the different things they put in place. And so it actually had an opposite effect of less houses being built for that purpose. So again, I think you're on the right track, right? But I do believe that it has to be well thought out as far as what will the market do after you get rid of this inventory, right? So that's only food for thought.
Totally right, Chair. In fact, the reason we ended up with the emergency housing proclamation was because of exactly what you and I discussed and what we had, explained and talked about amongst ourselves. We had to have somewhat kind of like a paradigm shift in the moment opportunity to build housing. And so we will now start looking at some of the land and we'll have open discussions about it with the committee, the emergency housing group, because I think it probably is time to move past some of those impasses just to get the housing built. Mm-hmm. We do want people to tell us where, but there's always a fair amount of reluctance to build in individual communities, and I end up feeling like it's my responsibility just to take the global perspective, just like on the homeless question and having Kauhale spread out equally, having permanent housing spread out somewhat fairly and equitably. So I think we're on the same page there. I really see the wisdom in that. I do think that it is a unique opportunity just on the housing front to take housing from short-term rentals and put them into long-term rentals. But I did already begin the analysis of the revenues, the legal revenues that come through short-term rentals. It's about $1 billion a year, is my understanding, of spending in Hawaii. Now, having said that, 52% of the short-term rentals are owned by mainland guys, so I don't really care if they lose money. And then 27% of those who own short-term rentals own 20 units or more, which they're almost running communities or small hotels in their own right because they acquired so much property. And again, it underscored the reality that Hawaii is so desirable. We're so small and we're so desirable that the world took an opportunity when interest rates were low and invested in so much of our housing. So we'll fix that. But yes, we will make sure we lean on UHERO to assess the economics of it. I think it's a good trade-off to decrease revenue somewhat and push people more towards the actual hotel industry, which is where we plan for them at first. But if it has a big economic impact, there'll just be more need for us to work on our economic development plans, which we'll do right beside you.
No, I agree. It is it is a big issue, right? It's a land use issue too. So I've always kind of believed that, right, managing resort areas where we kind of hold them in that area instead of how it turned out, where it branched out into our neighborhoods and affected the lives of many people, and we know the outcome. But anyway, we thank you for coming in, and we look forward to it. Yep,
Sorry,
please.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Can I get a follow-up?
Yeah,
Thank
Representative
you.
Cochran.
And Governor, again, thank you for your time and efforts for Lahaina. Jumping on to this discussion of the moratorium, possible moratorium, do you have when? Because this is like something we want to expedite, because this is one of your main ways to get housing long-term.
Yes. Yeah, I mentioned March 1st is the date that we're looking at if we don't have, we have a slide from our presentation on Friday, which we'll get you, and we published, so if we don't reach 1,500 units of offered stable rentals, then that would be my trigger on March 1st. That will actually cover most of the challenge that we have, because 426 families are able to move back to their homes likely. Those families' properties have been cleared and the air quality has been good. I understand that it's not guaranteed everyone will go back. So 2,600 minus 400 right there, it takes us to about 2,200 families, which we could move from the hotels. We have set aside a small number of hotels that are essentially efficiencies that can continue to house people. And then with 1,500 units, if we reach that mark by March 1st, we're starting to look good. We will get necessary extensions on some of the housing allotment dollars from FEMA. They're going to do it incrementally in 30-day increments, we're told. But March 1st is the most likely. The good news is that surge I mentioned before, I believe there are more than 1,000 offers in the queue that they're going through as quickly as possible in partnership with like CNHA and others that we've brought into the effort. So we may greatly exceed our expectations. Also, a lot of people are going to, if they're smart, are going to take the mayor's team up on the tax-free, the property tax-free status for 18 months. Saves a lot of money for them. And we're paying the rate that people got for their short-term rentals. It pains me to do that, but we're trying quickly to cover people who were devastated by displacement in the wildfire. And of course, there's a fair amount of share from the federal government. It's just something that I'm committed to doing to make sure everyone has housing for this 2-year stretch. After that, we will have some pretty significant challenges, because when we no longer have the subsidies for, from the federal government for FEMA eligible displaced individuals, we better darn well have enough units, temporary and moving towards permanent, or we're going to see a lot of challenges for the survivors. That's going to be a big priority for us for the next 2 years. So expect us to try to advance permitting and approvals of some communities, because 2 years is going to go by really fast.
Sure.
Please.
And thank you for the ideas. If I'm not mistaken, short term, the taxation for County of Maui, it's a huge percentage of their income to operate. So, having tax-free and all that's really going to put a damper on their revenue source, just to run the county itself. jumping across. I think number one is water. I've spoken to the different state departments, DHHL, HHFDC, you know, the list goes on. And the water infrastructure in West Maui in particular is the hugest challenge. So I'm hoping somehow with Seaworm, any litigation, I mean, we all just got to come to the table, Hawaii Water Service, the private purveyors, and figure this part out. You know, I've stated it before that the users on the water line coming from Lahaina Luna is being tapped because of no Lahaina left. Unfortunately, we can't reallocate or reuse it elsewhere, you know, with Seaworm designations, what have you, but I don't know how to get around this, and I'm hoping to just put that out there to see how we can come together and figure that portion out, because we're not moving anywhere. With all these great ideas and energy and effort to building, it's not gonna happen without that water infrastructure. So that's a point, and just a sort of a broad, big question throwing out there. The other is the debris removal. I know there's a temporary site chosen, but is there any way just to do it in one fell swoop, so to speak? I know the county is looking to get property by the Central Maui landfill. I mean, I'm just thinking of the just the traffic, just the removal from point A to point B, and then redoing that entire move again across the poly and all that. But we're gonna be inconvenienced and spend money. I think the first phase is FEMA funded, but the second, if we're gonna move it again, will not be. That's just gonna be such a huge added cost to all of us, and, you know. So I'm not sure if that's been discussed, or if there's a way to urge the powers that be, county, whoever, to expedite that purchase of that property. So I mean, they're already making improvements to do Olawalu, but we've heard the pushback.
Yeah,
And
this isn't the space for that discussion. That's really got to have the mayor and the county council. I'd be speaking out of turn. We will support the county in every way. The tax question, if they have decreased tax revenues, the intent of the mayor is to increase taxes in equal and opposite amount on those who don't take advantage of the tax break, so they'll be kept whole. Much larger parts of the burden, of course, fall to the state for infrastructure, and then in subsequent briefings, not for this kind of briefing, we can talk in great detail with our team, but that requires Department of Health and the mayor's team. Because truth be told, the reason we haven't built housing is because there's a constant and legitimate impasse that's constantly arising between the community on water use, Native Hawaiian rights, which is something we respect beyond measure, and a desire to not build in general. And that's gone on for decades, which means it's fallen to my administration to fix. And I'll use emergency powers if necessary to get enough housing for those who are displaced, because I cannot continue to let us govern based on the loudest voice in the room. I need it to be the broadest consensus in the room. And that's how we'll do our best to get housing built.
And one follow-up real quick. And my top priority, I believe, for West Maui is the extension of the Lahaina bypass.
Thanks.
I think all these developments that we're wanting to pursue is contingent on that extension, including the West Maui Hospital that is sorely needed before and more so now. So that's just to toss it out there. I know it's not on the STIP. We just had Director Sniffen here the other day, so I just hopefully can plant that seed in your office to hopefully pursue and maybe take this offline to discuss further. But appreciate your folks' time and
Yeah, very, very expensive.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Governor. We really, really, as you can tell by all the questions, appreciate you coming in. It's not too often we have the governor, come before us, and this is a budget briefing, but we were very broad, and we appreciate you accommodating the committee.
Thank you, Chair. You're very generous, and no, I enjoy being with you, honestly. So expect us to be as responsive as we can. We know how hard you're working in during the session. Take a look at our proposals, especially the big ones, to see if they can change Hawaii for the better foundationally, which will help unlock a lot of these really important proposals that we have. I need those resources to take on some of these challenges.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Members, we are adjourned. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefing. Next up is the Department of Law Enforcement. Please, Chris.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Lowe. I am the director for the new Department of Law Enforcement. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to advocate for the Department of Law Enforcement. This new department stands for safety and respect, with respect for all. We will engage in just, transparent, unbiased, and responsive law enforcement. We will do so with the spirit of aloha, with dignity, and in collaboration with the community, and maintain and build trust and respect as guardians of the Constitution and human rights. So when we first started trying to form this department, we realized that the state had not really had a new department in probably over 20 or close to 30 years. So we really didn't have a roadmap on how to do that. So what we decided to do was go back to the 6 pillars of modern policing. The first one, again, is to build trust and legitimacy. And we felt we can do that by being very transparent with the public and with all of the other departments that we work with, to include the legislature. The second pillar is policy and oversight. So in the past, the Sheriff's Division was required to be CALIA certified. And when I was with the Department of Public Safety, we were working toward that, and we thought that we would have the division, or we're targeting to have the division certified by November of 2023. But we felt that the costs involved in having that certification, we got an estimate of $20,000 to $30,000. And in talking with CALIA, we realized that they would only honor that certification for 1 month because we become a new department in January. So we stopped that process and re-enrolled this past week to have the whole Department of Law Enforcement enter the process to be CALIA certified. But this would not only include the Sheriff's Division, but it would also include our training division and all of our investigative division. The third pillar is technology and social media. So we were fortunate enough in the past legislation to receive funding really to reinvent technology for the Department of Law Enforcement. And we are well on our way in terms of developing a new CAD system, which is computer-assisted dispatch, records management system, investigative case management system. We're looking at developing a cyber forensic lab, to serve the state, a regular state forensic laboratory. And we're going to provide services, for example, to other departments, such as the Department of Education, in terms of the latest technology on an alert system, which is instantaneous and would also geolocate where the incident is occurring, so we can get a quicker response time to the issue. We are also, and that's also going to be extended to this building and to the Capital District area, to include the courthouses if they so choose to undertake that. We're also looking at coordinating all of the cameras that are available in the public, like Department of Transportation, the highway cameras, the Capital District cameras, some of the school cameras, while being very careful not to violate any privacy issues, so that we can create a real-time crime center within the Department of Law Enforcement. And ultimately what's going to happen is when there is incidents, it would immediately turn on the cameras or start recording the 5 cameras in the immediate area, but it would also alert our dispatch and our CAD system, and then from there we can either dispatch units or we refer it immediately to 911, to the County Police Department or the Honolulu Police Department. The fourth pillar is community policing and crime reduction. So we realize that law enforcement cannot do it, cannot solve all of the problems by themselves. And so we took the approach that we need to engage with everybody. And that's what we did initially with the gun buyback program, which we deemed as being successful because we were able to retrieve approximately 505 firearms, to include sawed-off shotguns, pistols with silencers, assault weapons, and other type of firearms. What we also did was we created the fireworks amnesty program to get the public engaged, to provide them a service again. So if they had unwanted fireworks, they can turn it in and we would dispose of it. Of course, we also took the traditional methods of law enforcement in terms of trying to interdict the fireworks coming into the state. And we were successful in the sense that not only did we conduct law enforcement operations, but we also worked with the industry partners and with the federal agencies and the other county agencies. And I think the count right now, we're actually closer to 145,000 pounds of fireworks that were seized prior to New Year's. It took a little while to process because it was just such a large amount. And some of these actually included fireworks that are even deemed illegal by the federal government. The fifth pillar is officer training, which is really one of the reasons why we're advocating for funds to start the building of the state law enforcement training center that was required, under Act 278. And finally, the sixth pillar is officer safety and wellness. And again, that ties back into part of our problems with hiring and recruitment. There is a huge salary disparity between state law enforcement officers and our county counterparts. And we've been working for the past 2 years in efforts in trying to resolve that. We're trying to be innovative, not only in just trying to reduce the salary disparity, but also for recruitment and retention. We're looking at our recruitment and retention incentives, where if you sign on and become a deputy, the first year, after completion of the first year, we would pay them a $5,000 retention pay. The second year, if they complete the second year successfully, it's an additional $5,000, and same for the third year. So it would total up to $15,000 total for the first 3 years. And again, while that sounds like a lot, the difference in salary for a recruit, for a sheriff deputy to a HPD recruit officer, is over $20,000 a year. So it is very, very difficult for us to recruit talented individuals. The second incentive program that we are looking at is the wellness or physical agility incentive. There, every year, if you pass your physical agility test, you will be given a $2,500 a year incentive, but you have to pass it every year. And we think that, well, there's been past studies that show that departments that have that type of incentive program, they have reduced sick leave, reduced worker comp, and the morale is a little bit better because they're healthier. And finally, to attract, the brightest and the best, we are trying to provide an educational incentive. So if you are a deputy or a sworn law enforcement officer, if you declare that you want to complete a AA degree, we will provide an incentive of $5,000. If you declare and you complete your bachelor's degree, we will give you a one-time incentive of $10,000. With the master's degree, it would be $15,000. But these payments are not stackable. You need to declare what your goals are, and once it's completed, we will provide that incentive payment. On the memo that we've submitted to your committee for the budget request for the supplemental year 2025, if I could start on page 6, which is the requests for 50 FTEs for the sheriff's positions and for the harbor position. That's actually broken down to 40 positions for neighbor island airports and 10 positions for harbors. The thought process behind that was we wanted to model the neighbor islands like DKI, where you still have your private Ally Universal armed officers. Our intent is not to replace them at this time, but to provide sheriff deputies to do the law enforcement functions at these neighbor island airports, very similar to what is happening right now at the Honolulu airport. And part of that is a request from Neighbor Island Police Department, because they're shorthanded too, and that's state property. It should, if it's our responsibility, we should undertake that work. So, and the same is goes for the harbors with the 10 positions. Now, while we made the request on this, and it's again, it's dated December 26th, we are probably going to do a governor's message. We resolved that with the governor's office, and he'll be doing submitting a governor's message to cover this request. The second priority that's listed on this memo is funding to continue the illegal fireworks task force. We have also worked it out with the governor's office, and there'll be a governor's message to resolve that request. If I can move to page 7 on the CIP request. This request is for the planning, design, and construction of an operations center and receiving desk for the Sheriff's Division. So prior years, we actually had funding and a project with DAGS to complete the receiving desk over at the Kalani Moku building. The project has since been canceled by DAGS because the space requirements, I guess, just didn't fit. So we're putting in a request to move. We have identified the Enterprise, not abandoned, but the former Enterprise parking lot at the airport as the new location. So we're requesting funding for that. The second CIP priority is, again, would be the Joint Training Center for our department and Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. We realized that the funding last year was vetoed for it to be placed at the Mililani, First Responder Mililani Tech Park. We know that that's no longer an option, but we really don't want to kick the can down the road, and we really want to get started in finding another location and to start the planning and design so we can start building this new facility. And we've agreed to work with corrections on this project because our training, while very different, is part of it is somewhat similar. So we had an agreement with them to undertake the planning and design of that project. What's not listed on this memo are other priorities that we are hoping to receive funding on. And this is the same request that we had last year, and that relates to the salary difference between the departments. I mean, between the state and the counties. We are working with the HERD and the governor's office and HGEA to try to find some resolution on it, and we're being very optimistic that we're going to have that resolved or submission package later this fiscal year. But it does come with a funding request of $6.5 million. The other request that we're going to have relates to legislation that's we're going to request to move all of the sworn law enforcement investigators from bargaining at 13 to bargaining at 14. And there's a couple of reasons why we are advocating for that. Number one is for the equity of the investigators, because right now, being in bargaining unit 13, there are sworn investigators that are treated the same as your unsworn regulatory investigators. And really what we want to do is, because the majority of the sworn investigators, almost all with the exception, I think, of DOTAX investigators, are in DLE. So we want all of the law enforcement personnel in DLE to belong to the same bargaining unit. And what that also does is it provides a career path for the deputies. You know, once you're employed as a deputy, if you wanted to become an investigator, you can apply to become an investigator, and we've had people do that. But what has happened is they move from bargaining unit at 14 to 13, and then they're surprised that their paycheck is almost $1,000 less a month because of the different bargaining units. So if we move bargaining the investigators to 14, you know, what they can do is they can actually meet the MQs through special assignments or through education, so it will qualify them as investigators, and then they can move and transfer to become investigators if selected, you know, through the internal vacancy process. And number one, they you know, it's not going to hurt them financially, but what it also does is it provides the rest of the department a career path. So you're not just I don't want to say stuck in uniform, but that's what it is. You know, and when you look at many of the other law enforcement departments, such as the police department, that's what happens. They're an officer, you know, they go into CID, they go into narco vice, but they're still police officers, and you know, they're in the same bargaining unit. They follow the same pay scales, and that's what we're trying to do. Ultimately, you know, we're modeling, even though we're a state agency, we want to model ourselves like the local, or like basically all of the other police departments in the country. And that is one of our goals. You know, I spoke about, and the cost involved with that is $878,000 annually to do that. The other request that we have relates to funding clinical psychologist services for the department to help expedite our hiring. Not only would it expedite our hiring, we would also use that individual for our peer support during, bless you. during any type of traumatic incidents, not only for victims, but also for the officers that are involved. And I spoke about the different incentive programs that we have. The cost involved for those incentive programs is $1,789,000 for the year annually. I also mentioned in the CLIA certification. So when we were trying to obtain this CLIA certification for the Sheriff's Division, that was a special project, and it was funded by a special project. With the dissolving of PSD, that project will no longer exist. So CLIA, it's not a situation where once you get certified, you're done. You constantly have to update your policy. They constantly will review your policies and look at the proofs to make sure that you're complying with the policy. And that's really a full-time job, for multiple staff members. Each department actually, like I think Honolulu Police Department has 4 or 5 full-time CLIA personnel. So we're requesting to make those positions permanent. I think we're requesting 5 positions and at a cost of $477,000. And I am open for questions.
Right. Thank you very much. Members, questions? Representative Kobayashi.
With all due respect, it sounds like you're trying to find ways of doing things the most expensive way. I mean, giving people incentives to meet physical agility, I thought that maybe that should be a basic to the job. City lifeguards, for instance, have to pass a test yearly. They don't get an incentive if they pass the test. And you're repricing your use of sheriffs for airports and harbors with a 64% fringe benefit. It sounds as though budget is no obstacle for you. That's my general impression. More a comment, I guess, than a question. Thank you.
If I might reply to that. The 64% fringe benefits is for all state employees. So if we hire anybody, we have to pay that. So that's we're not asking for additional. We're asking for what's required. In terms of the salary disparity between the departments. Again, we're just trying to be equitable to our employees, but also we're trying to fill our vacancies. We're trying to have enough resources to fulfill our mission. And even so, even with our technology reinvention, while we were allocated a certain amount of funds, we don't just arbitrarily say we have this much money to spend and we're going to spend it all. We're constantly negotiating with the vendors to get the best price and to lower the margin. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Garrett, followed by you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. Happy New Year. Speaking of the New Year, of course, everyone's favorite subject, the illegal fireworks. We lived through it once again, and I see that you have a request for $200,000, which was down from your initial request of $700,000. Can you explain where what the $200,000 would go toward?
So we requested $700,000. That figure is actually going to go higher. And as I indicated, it'll probably come in through a governor's message, and it's probably going to be closer to $1 million. And what it is to continue our interdiction operations. So, given the history of enforcement of fireworks in Hawaii, one of the biggest problems we ran into and why a lot of agencies, I don't want to say stop enforcing the fireworks law, but it wasn't as much as a priority because there were huge costs involved with storage and huge costs involved with disposal. So when this task force was formed, the first thing we did was find a storage facility that would take the fireworks and figure out a disposal method. And provide training for the safe handling of the fireworks when it's recovered. It's different from just, recovering other contraband. I think the only other contraband that might be more hazardous would probably be the fentanyl, So there's costs associated with that. When you look at an interdiction of any type, okay, for example, we seize a container. There's costs involved in doing the inspection of the container, unpacking the container, it has to get repacked, then you get a search warrant, it gets unpacked again, and each container averages 30 to 35,000 pounds. After you do that, then we have to move it to a secure, safe location, and there's costs involved in moving it to the location, again, unpacking it, making sure it's stored safely, complying with the ATF regulations, and then the investigation starts. And all of that, again, is very, very labor intensive, and really, so these past seizures were really happened only in the last 3 months is when we got started after, once the bill gets signed and the funding is released and everything. And we were able to do this in that 3-month period. But I had to borrow or use personnel from our state narcotics division, from AG investigation divisions, from sheriff investigative division. I can't keep doing that. That's the other thing. I can't keep pulling these resources. And we got help from HPD, and there's a cost involved with that. We got help from the federal government, there's costs involved with that. So it's just a very costly project. The next thing. So we always look at how can we do it better. What did we learn from this year, and how can we do it better? And one of the things that we learned is, in working with different federal agencies that have access to different information, now how can we leverage that information and use technology to help us identify these containers? How does AI help us? And that comes at a cost. And that's our intent.
Okay, thank you for the thorough explanation. So are you looking at roughly $1 million per year going forward?
Yes.
You made a point earlier about the pay difference between your county counterparts, police officers, and the sheriffs with the state. Is there something in the job description that is the cause of that discrepancy? I mean, would you say the work between a police officer and a sheriff is substantially similar enough where it should be the same pay?
It is substantially similar. If you look at the Hawaii revised statute that allows us to swear in officers or empower the officers, we empower them with the same authority, benefits, and rights as a police officer. So we have officers on patrol. We have a special operations section, that's hunts. I don't want to use the word hunts. That looks for fugitives. We have a K-9 division, with narcotics detection canines and explosive detection canines. So, yeah, we do substantially the same thing. The only difference that responsibility that we have is we maintain the courts. But generally, we do the same thing.
Okay, and this funding for a four-step increase, you requested the 16%, that'll bring you to parity?
No, we're still going to be below.
How much below do you think at that point?
Probably about $1,000 a month still, if not more. Because HPD and the neighbor island police departments, they're doing the same thing. They're providing different type of incentives. Their standard of conduct pay averages $7,700 a year. The sheriff's standard of conduct pay is $2,500. But they're required to behave the same, right? You're an officer, you're a law enforcement officer. You're required to have integrity and act professionally. So the disparity, I think, is just a function of time, in terms of, who's advocating for who and how they're moving forward. And we might have stayed still while they were moving forward, and then the disparity just got bigger over years.
Okay, thanks for the background. And last question, I know the department officially set up in January this year, just literally days ago. What is the final end goal, I guess, for the department? Because not all law enforcement functions are now with your department. There's still some kind of hanging on the periphery.
Sure. So you have investigative units that have sworn law enforcement authority, such as DOTACs. DOTACs typically, or taxing authorities typically remain independent because of the disclosure restrictions that they have on tax information, to include federal tax information. And that's one of the reasons why, if you look statewide, they always have, their taxation department is always separate. The only other department that have law enforcement authority would probably be DoCare. And we would welcome DoCare if at some time they were to be merged over to the Department of Law Enforcement. I think it's a good idea, because then we would be on the same reporting system, the same communication system, and the same training standards.
Is there currently a pay discrepancy between the DoCare officers and the sheriffs?
Yes, they are right now paid two steps higher.
Okay, that was my last question. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ayu.
I'd like to go back to the work on the firework task force. So what is the plan to reduce fireworks on Oahu?
So if the more, I look at it in the sense that the more we interdict, the less that is going to be available on the streets. Okay.
Because it doesn't look like there's less available on the street.
Not on New Year's Eve, but I've been told by different people that the days leading up to New Year's Eve has been more quiet. So
because there's more on New Year's
right
now.
So what I think happened was, because it wasn't as readily available, people were holding on to it for New Year's Eve. Okay. So the first thing, again, if we can limit the supply, I mean, it's very similar to any other contraband, be it drugs, firearms, fireworks. It's contraband. Okay. If we can limit the supply, then that would drive the cost up. Okay. If it drives the cost up, then maybe you would have people less inclined to purchase fireworks to set it off. That's the first thing. The other thing is, as we make these seizures, we're depriving the individuals that are breaking the law, importing and distributing the fireworks, their profits. So again, if they're starting to lose their investments in bringing these containers in, maybe they'll make the choice not to do it the following year.
Okay, so what are we doing to address supply exactly?
Well, we're working with our shipping partners. We're working with our federal agencies, our county agencies, and we're making seizures
Okay,
to prevent it from getting into the community. And then, and then we do other traditional law enforcement methods, such as doing undercover buys. We're working with Postal, where we're interdicting numerous shipments that come over the mail of fireworks, and we're talking, a couple of 100 pounds up to 400 pounds at a time. We found one individual, when we looked at their records, they had 90 parcels shipped to his house over the past year. So, and again, when it's being shipped via the air, it's going in the cargo bay of an airplane. So if there was ever an incident where something caught fire, like a lithium battery, and there's fireworks on the plane, that's going to be a tragic incident. So we're trying to interdict every way we can.
my concern is it doesn't seem like what we're doing is any measurable impact on the result.
I understand your concern.
And if your contention is we're trying to just price people out of the market, then maybe we should just incredibly tax fireworks, and then people will stop buying it, and at least the state gets revenue on taxing of fireworks if we can't actually solve no fireworks on Oahu.
So first of all, I think you might be misunderstanding our intent. We also intend to prosecute people for breaking the law. Okay, that takes time. These importation cases are what we typically refer to as historical cases. So we have to go through the shipping documents. We have to see how it was paid. It just takes time to work those cases, which we are intending to thoroughly investigate and prosecute. That's the first thing. The other thing is we're talking, fireworks is very hazardous, very dangerous. Every year people get hurt. And our intent is to try to not have that introduced into the community so people don't get hurt. And again, it's a violation of the Hawaii Revised Statute. It's against the law. Okay. Now, we just started this 3 months ago. So this first year you might not see a huge impact. A year down the line, 2 years down the line, if you pose that question to me then, and if we don't see any impact, which I think we will see a substantial impact, in the future, then I would probably agree with you in some sense. And what are we doing? We must be, how do we, address this problem? We're 3 months in,
okay.
Sir.
So what do we do? What kind of policing do we do on New Year's Day when we see the act in progress? Did the sheriffs do anything?
So what they can do and what
or did you do anything this past New Year's, as far as patrolling or actually going to the houses and pulling it off the street, or no?
We did not.
Okay.
However, one of the things that we are going to undertake this coming year, is to look at a technology solution. So there are solutions out there very similar to the one that detects gunfire. Okay, there's certain parameters that it has, or technology where you can use it to detect, detonation of the 1.3 shells of fireworks, basically, or the larger cakes, right? So we plan to be in partnership with with 2 universities on the mainland to do the analytics on that, to see if we can develop a program so that we can pinpoint within a foot, is what they told us, on where these fireworks are being set off, and then once we do that, then It wouldn't be more of a hit and miss, that you're just driving around the neighborhood. So we want to do smart policing, really, is what it is.
And then-
So
okay.
we are, you know, we are looking at that. The other thing that we're looking at, in terms of even with our, like, this year, you know, on our website, we had a tip number for you to call in. You know, we're gonna migrate that eventually, for, not only for fireworks, but for silver alerts, for bullying, domestic abuse, you know, we're gonna have to work, with the private entity on Amber Alerts. But we're gonna have that so people can anonymously, you know, submit tips, which will be monitored 24/7, so that we can react instantaneously. Because what happens is that call center or that service center would immediately send a message to our CAD system, to our dispatcher, and or to the county police department, depending on the jurisdiction. So that's something else that we're trying to do.
Okay. As far as the prosecution of cases, is that handled through your department, or is that handled through the Attorney General's office?
It's handled through the Attorney General's office. So what happens in all of our cases is, you know, once we perfect the criminal case, it either gets turned over to the State Attorney General's office, or if there's a federal nexus, it would go to the U.S. Attorney's office.
Okay, because in response to Representative Garrett's question about the funding, you talked about the enforcement component, the cost of the enforcement component. So is that part of the cost, or is that going to be in the Attorney General's budget?
That's going to be in the Attorney General's budget.
So the $1 million or the 250,000 is just for the inspections and the actual patrolling of the.
Correct. It is for the program.
Okay.
The interdiction program.
And then
investigative program.
moving on to the airport FTEs, the 50 FTEs that you want to convert. Is there any reduction in what's currently offered at the airports and the harbors as far as private security as we make this conversion for 50 FTE? Is there any cost shifting?
So
Or we're just going to increase the level of service with 50 new positions?
We're increasing the service because right now the Neighbor Island so what happens at the Neighbor Island airports right now, if the armed private security or technically airport police, if they respond to an incident, they would just turn around and call the county police department. Whereas in Honolulu, if there's an incident, the sheriffs are there, they respond, they make the case, and they follow through with it. So they don't, unless, you know, it's a major violent crime, they won't call the Honolulu Police Department. Whereas the Neighbor Islands call the county police department. So once we start staffing our sheriffs there, they will handle the case, very similar to what the Honolulu Police Department does. And in terms of the funding, it's U-funded. So it's going to be, it's not coming out of general funds. It's going to be paid for by the airport.
How many of these types of incidents do we see at each airport every year?
There's a larger number, obviously, at the Honolulu Airport. I don't have any numbers on the Neighbor Islands because we're not there.
Okay. So we don't know how many cases Maui Police is responding to at the airport or Kauai Police is responding to at the airport
No, but
to
they,
justify the increase in FTE.
well, they were the ones that made the request to have
Okay.
us take over jurisdiction that's in the state, you know, because it's a state property.
Okay. And then my last question is, how many, I guess, officer-involved shooting cases did you have this past year?
I think we had any
Okay.
this past year.
How many?
And that,
how many
and
do you?
that, and that will be under PSD.
Okay. Because I mean, you're trying to equate your officers to being Honolulu Police Department, the same capacity. I know that they experience a lot of officer-involved shootings or crimes, so I think there is a difference between the role Honolulu Police Department serves and the sheriff serve, or is that an incorrect opinion?
Personally, I think that's an incorrect
Okay.
opinion. you need, if you're, I don't want to say you're comparing apples to oranges, but Honolulu Police Department, they cover island-wide, okay? So just the geographic area is much more. That's the first thing. They have 2,100 officers. We have approximately 325 deputies, of which, and that's statewide, of which over 100 of them are in the courthouses. So to say they have more, I mean, and I'm glad we don't have as many shootings, you know, that, you know, that the Honolulu Police Department has, you know. But if you're trying to say that we do different work or less work, that's not an accurate assessment, at least in my opinion.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry, the podium.
Good morning.
Hi. Let me see. Hang on. So, yeah, I'm aware of you looking for the transfers from 13 to 14, the bargaining units. I was curious about the doe care portion of it. You said you're welcome to accept them, but so is it DLNR that's not willing, or those officers in that division not wanting to move, or what would be the hold up on that?
I think it depends who you talk to, quite frankly. I know there are DOCR officers that would welcome coming to us, you know, but then there are probably some that are resistant to change, you know, but you know, I understand that their area of responsibility is a little bit different, so, and I understand the importance of conservation. So what would happen is if they were to come over to us, and it would require legislative action, again, we would welcome them, and we would also keep them as a separate division. We would probably change some of the appearance in terms of the marking of the vehicles and minor changes on their uniforms and things, but ultimately, you know, because they have the power of arrest and they carry firearms, you know, and they're sworn law enforcement officers, I would welcome that, and I think it would be a good idea to standardize everything.
Well, great. I'm glad that you're supportive. I'm looking to seek legislation to that effect, so I'll keep you folks in the loop on that. The other thing, in reference to your clinical psychologist in the department, it's awesome, and you're asking for 400,000. Is that just for the one position, or you're building up that particular division for that 400,000?
That is for the one position and whatever support staff they might need.
Okay. And Chair, another question. And then your performance incentives, I think you tallied that at about $1 million or something. I know one portion was for 771,000, and then there was like 3 or 4 other points in reference to awards and, you know, your incentive program. I think Rep. Kobayashi touched on the fact that, you know, the physical agility tests and what have you are part of the job description, and, you know, upkeeping your role as a lifeguard and what have you. So I'm just wondering, what does that look like, your incentive program?
So the maintaining of their physical fitness is surprisingly not in policy, and I think that's probably going to be a CBA issue, you know, and that we're going to have to negotiate, you know, with HGA on. But we wanted to be to provide the costs of the 3 incentive programs. We can break it down to each incentive if you would like, and we can submit that to you.
Thank you. And then the Silver Alert system, you're looking to implement, or is it already ongoing, or because you have a is there a status on that?
We are, as part of our technology reinvention, we are trying to have that implemented, with, not within this, it will be ambitious to have it done by June, but we will have it done hopefully by the end of the year. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see what that looks like also, if possible, Chair. And then lastly, I'm really, really interested in figuring out how we can get a SARS division or department of sorts within, if that's your department, or how would, a search and rescue type department and division. I believe we're like the only state that does not have that incorporated here. In other municipalities, it's run by the sheriffs, but they're county municipal funded and run versus we're state here. So I'm not sure
Correct.
if that makes it, there's a big difference with that kind of setup that we have here. Is there any discussion or thoughts about such a division or department?
There has not been, because mainly that responsibility has fallen on the county fire department or county police department.
A follow-up, Chair. So, right, but it's unfortunate that after 72 hours, they pull plug and walk away. And so I think we really need a dedicated type of division that will continue the efforts. The lady in Poli Poli, after 21 days, thank God for the volunteers who found her after the 72 hours was up. So these types, and the criminal type missing persons and what have you, that we have, I think, 20 on the books as I speak for Maui alone. So, there's a need. And I know there's an OSAR, an MSAR, but I really believe if there's a way we can start focusing on a state, overarching type efforts. And somehow, I know that's going to be funding to do such a thing, but I'm just
Right.
putting it out there to get that discussion going.
We would be willing to start a discussion on that and entertain having that as part of the Department of Law Enforcement. I could see why it should go under a state law enforcement agency. But again, you are correct. There's going to be funding issues and staffing issues. We quite honestly, we will not be able to do it with our existing staffing.
Of course not. But yeah, I understand. So, and thank you for the efforts on fireworks. It's not a lot of fun for my animals.
Yeah.
So, thank you. And I'll follow up with department on things. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Poi Poi, followed by Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. Relating to the fireworks, I'm just curious, for the 145,000 pounds seized, how does that translate into individual pieces of fireworks?
It really varies. It can go from, we've had a case which is the size of half of this table as one cake. Or then we can have the same size container, and it can hold 100 3-inch mortar shells. So it really depends on.
Or what was seized, is there a count on how many pieces, or?
We can provide you that count if, when we go through the evidence sheets, if you would like.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And how does that translate into like an estimated street value of what was seized?
So we estimated that each container probably had a value of close to $200,000. That's what it cost the importers. And depending on the item, it can go anywhere from 5 to 10x that amount.
One more question just related to Table 23 for work-related travel. I'm just curious if you're not required to provide justification for each travel? Because I see like there's one for attending a memorial service, but the rest underneath of the different travel expenses are blank. So I'm just wondering if that's like, is that an optional thing to provide that, or?
Optional.
So, actually, can you repeat the question again?
On table 23, it's relating work-related travel as of November 30, 2023. And, it's two pages of travel, and there's only the first item lists a justification for travel, and the rest don't.
So you talked about the memorial services?
That's the only one that has the justification for travel. Underneath it, all the additional travel does not.
Okay, I see what you mean. I could get you that justification.
Okay.
It's all blank underneath
Okay.
there, I see that now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Okay, thank you,
So
Representative Ayu.
if I can interject real
Please.
quick. So most of the travel has to go through at least 2 or 3 approval process. So almost all, in fact, it's all of our travels, it's either gonna be operational or training related.
Okay, it would be nice to be able to see that. Like, there's a 1-day travel for $4,279, and I'm guessing it's multiple people traveling for 1 day of training. But it would be helpful to be able to see that.
Oh, absolutely, and we will provide that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Director. Going back to table 11, which is the open positions, you don't have any openings for officers in the opening positions?
We do.
Okay.
So, again, if the charts were submitted, in December, based on the requirement to submit
Yeah.
these reports.
You've had
We
some
act-
openings since you've submitted the report?
No, so all of that would have been submitted under Department of Public Safety,
I see, okay.
right? Because we technically did not receive any, all of the law enforcement assets didn't come to us till January 1st, 2024.
I see.
After this report.
Okay, so how many officer openings do you have right now? Do you know?
69.
69.
Come up here, Jennifer.
And then you plan to, and then your request is for 50 more for the airports. How do you plan to fill all of these positions?
Well, we've been participating in all the job fairs for DHERD. We even, the last vacancy that PSD provided us, the vacancy percentage is high on Maui. So we participated in the Pacific Job Group to try and recruit on Maui specifically. So we've been trying to also cut the hiring process because we're noticing that we lose applicants. It takes about 6 months with the written, the physical, and then the psychological evaluation. So we're trying to use, for example, we've reached out to a proctoring company that would do the psych evaluations that they do it themselves, and it's kind of instantaneous in terms of the results that they send it to the psychologist, and it's a email that's HIPAA approved, and the psychologist can go ahead and do the interview. But we have a hiccup right now where we don't have a fingerprinting machine yet set up. So I think once we have everything in place, we can cut that to maybe hotally 3 or 4 months process.
You already have the funding for the fingerprinting machine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then as far as the positions on the neighboring islands, are those only at courthouses? Those positions are at courthouses?
Currently, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
I'm sorry, if I
Go
might
ahead.
interject real quick. So we do have a academy class planned for the end of February with hopefully 19 recruits. So we're constantly recruiting, we're constantly planning for recruit classes. So we can, it takes time so we can fill these positions, and part of it though too is why we need these incentive programs, why we need to reduce the salary disparity, correct.
Sorry, Chair. As soon as the recruit program starts, does that start the fill date, or is it?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks again, Ms. over. I was looking at the last page, table 24, and it's all your expenditures in reference to the wildfire in Lahaina, on Maui. And so I noticed the $305,000 plus for vehicles, and you're looking for, I think, almost $100,000 in reimbursement possible from FEMA, or you applied. So those vehicles, they're going to be permanent on the island that you purchased?
No, we're going to repurpose those vehicles back on Oahu because so when we had to respond to support Maui PD with our deputies, you know, it was a scramble to get vehicles at the time, and so the vehicles, you know, we obtained were in different models, different colors, you know, and we're going to repurpose them to our investigative units here, and then because our patrol vehicles have to be white, right? So we're purchasing patrol vehicles here, and then we're going to ship them to Maui, and bring those vehicles back.
Okay, and then the gateway network devices, I guess you folks brought communications in the dead zones around Lahaina. Was there, I mean, I think that was the #1 biggest challenge, you know, when the fire had occurred, was not zero communication. And continuously to today, several areas of Lahaina, in particular where I live too, we have no, you know, spectrum's still not up and running. So internet is zero, but thankfully for some donors to help out. So is that something that is a permanent, whatever this, is it a program, is it a equipment, it's a device, 2 devices?
It's a device, it's portable, but those devices have since been brought back to Oahu.
Okay, and so that was newly purchased, like almost $90,000 for those 2 items.
Correct, but that was also, we had intended to purchase those items anyway for emergency preparedness as part of our technology reinvention program.
Okay, and all right, that'd be great to have on, like, you know, backup in case for future occurrences. And then lastly, Chair, if you don't mind, I'm just wondering who do you utilize to fly back and forth? Is it the commercial airlines or is it military service when you fly your Maui travels that had happened?
It depends on the mission. Normally we would fly commercial. I know that in the past, for example, when we had a larger amount of inmates that we had to bring over and that we supported corrections on, we used the military for that. So it depends on the purpose of the travel.
I only ask because I'm figuring it out. It only costs you guys $68 to round trip for one person to get to and from. I'm like, what deal is that, and what airlines is that?
That was Hawaiian.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like really cheap.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you, Chair.
Corporate rate.
Fine.
All right, thank you. Any further questions from the members? Okay, so, Director Lowe, thank you very much for your presentation. I think, the equal pay issue is one that we will definitely be working with not only you, but other departments. That disparity is not unique to only you. It is unique statewide to all the different departments. So, it's something that we have to definitely work on. Just quick question on your training, the $2,500 bonus. Does other police departments require that or do that? HPD or whatever?
I don't think any of the county.
Nobody
department-
requires it.
In California,
Okay, but nobody in Hawaii?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But, Maui is paying a $600
Okay.
Differential pay
For
all of their officers. I think it's for retention.
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to do,
Yeah.
so, and I appreciate that. Okay, so the other part is, right, if you're required to put have presence in the airports and all these other places that you weren't before, and maybe the local police departments had jurisdiction over it, and now it's moving to you. So there's cost there, and I understand that. But are the county prosecutors now going to make that a state responsibility?
We would probably have to enter into an agreement for the neighbor islands for the county prosecutors.
They have not informed you that it's going to be shifting to the state?
So it has shifted to the state on Oahu.
Okay.
And speaking.
When is that taking effect?
That already took effect.
Okay, as of when?
I want to say October 31st.
Okay.
And realistically, the property at the airport is state jurisdiction. The counties are responding.
I understand.
Yeah.
But that will apply to other harbors and other things that they are no longer going to be prosecuting?
Correct.
Okay.
For Oahu, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Okay, so normally, and I know you're a new department, but normally when you come in, we have you introduce, especially at this briefing, introduce your team. So we'll do it backwards, and we'll have you do it right now. So thank you.
I apologize to my team for that. My Deputy Director for Administration, Michael Vincent, formerly supervising AG. Jared Radula is my Deputy Director for Law Enforcement. He was with PSD's Narcotics Enforcement Division as the Chief. Russell Fong is our ASO. He is the former Chief Investigator for Department of Taxation. Jennifer Yagami is our DHRO, and she was a former DHRO at DOTAX again. Brandon Azuka is my Executive Officer. He was our CALIA manager and worked in Governor Ige's administration. And Kathy Sue is Mike's private secretary, and she used to work here at the Ledge.
Yeah, she took.
For
you took it from me. Yeah. Okay. Well, we again, we'd like to thank you and we look forward to thank you for coming in, and we look forward to working with you. There's a lot of things that we have to vet out, so we'll continue that work. So thank you very much, members. We're gonna take a short recess and bring in the next. Yeah, DOD recess. Okay, we will reconvene the Committee on Finance. Next, we're going to move on to Department of Defense.
Hey, Chair
General.
Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, other committee members, Major General Kenneth Hara, the Adjutant General for the State of Hawaii Department of Defense. Good afternoon and Happy New Year to everyone. The following information briefing provides the department's request for the supplemental year 25. I'd like to start by introducing my team, if that's okay. With me, behind me, is Deputy Adjutant General, Brigadier General Steve Logan, Chief of Staff for the Hawaii Army National Guard, Colonel Tyson Tahara, Director of Staff for the Hawaii Air National Guard, Colonel Daniel Razin, Acting Administrator for the Department for the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, or HAEMA, is Donald Aveal. Administrator for Community Programs that oversees the Youth Challenge Academy, and currently the interim director for the State Office of Veteran Services is Brigadier General Retired Bruce Oliveira. My military support officer, Brigadier General, now retired, Neil Mitsuyoshi, just recently retired. My ASO, Admin Services Officer, Colonel Retired Rusty Spray, and Chief Engineering Officer, Major Xiaoyu Lee. So the State Department of Defense consists of 5 divisions: the Hawaii Army National Guard, Air National Guard, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, Office of Veteran Services, and the Youth Challenge Academy. So a major change since last year is our Office of Homeland Security moved over to the new Department of Law Enforcement. So that was effective 1 January of this year. The primary mission for the State of Hawaii Department of Defense is to enable a safe, secure, and prosperous Hawaii. And we do this by taking an all-of-community approach for catastrophic natural and human-caused disasters. We coordinate preparedness activities and to help to improve the state's ability to prevent an event, build resilience to absorb the effects of a disaster, and by organizing capabilities, capacities, and authorities to rapidly respond to and recover from catastrophic disasters. And then on the military side, the Hawaii National Guard, in addition to supporting the state in disaster response, also has the federal mission to be able to deploy and fight and win our nation's wars. I'd like to highlight that the State of Hawaii Department of Defense is a really small department, total just about 500 employees. But as I mentioned in my mission statement, we have a really critical mission, right, providing the safety and security for Hawaii. So if you look at our budget, relatively speaking, it's a very small budget, and we do bring in significant federal funding that you'll see as well. So the department requested $42.5 million for a MOF A general fund, and the governor's budget approved about $39.8 million of state funding. So that would bring in approximately $94 million of federal funding. So major adjustments contained in the budget with $3.5 million bond funds to improve the Youth Challenge Academy, approximately $1 million for Maui brush fire recovery positions. That's for 20 positions. $6.9 million in matching funds for FEMA's hazard mitigation branch. That'll bring in $24.7 million in federal match. And additionally, we submitted the 4 requests for the governor's reconsideration. We're hoping will be in the next or a subsequent governor's message, and that's $1.7 million for the Hawaii and Army National Guard for utilities, and then $152,000 in state match for the Youth Challenge Academy in Hilo, and it's some minor housekeeping corrections. For CIP, Governor approved 1 project request for $3.5 million bond funds, and again, that's upgrades for 2 facilities for the Youth Challenge Academy. Programs that are at risk of potentially losing federal funds because of the significant DoD reduction budget. Our total budget was reduced from $129 million in fiscal year 24 to $119 million in fiscal year 25. So HAEMA's general fund base is about $14.5 million, so reduction of about 2.3 million from previous years. And without the adequate state matching funds, they're at risk of losing the Emergency Management Performance Grant, some funding for pre-disaster mitigation grant, and then the hazard mitigation grant. For our vacancies, we have 519 total positions, 299 permanent and 220 temporary. And the total vacancies in the department is 185, down 6 from last fiscal year. And then 110 of that is federally funded. So kind of give you a breakdown, 24 positions we don't have the funding for, so we need state match to be able to execute that. And again, that's primarily for U Challenge Academy. 47 positions are filled by hourly wage. And again, for the U Challenge Academy, if we don't have the adequate cadre to cadet ratio, then we won't be able to run the program. So the only way we can get around that with the current funding is through wage, hourly wage employees. And 109 positions have pending hiring action, so that's either awaiting the list from DHERD, redescribing position descriptions, pending interviews, and awaiting breakdown checks. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the Office of Homeland Security transferred to the Department of Law Enforcement, so 5 positions moved over to the new DLE. Give you a breakdown on the actions I said for hiring. So 16, we have internal vacancy announcements currently running and screening applications. 10 already pending interviews, 16 are pending civil service interviews, 5 pending budget approval process. So what we did is trying to reallocate certain positions. So we have Form A's submitted for that. 1 already has a conditional offer with pending security suitability clearance. And then of all of the vacancies, currently just 2 have no action. Switching over to telework, of our employees, 15 are authorized for telework, 3 of which are for reasonable accommodation. One of that ends this month, and then the 11, so the majority of my telework is for the Office of Veteran Services. And what's interesting is we started this during COVID, obviously, and because of the time difference, because they're advocating for the veterans with oftentimes in Washington, D.C., it's different time zones. So we found when we give them the opportunity to telework, the productivity went up about 30%. So, you know, the measure of effectiveness makes it better for them to be on telework. So with that, this concludes the information briefing. I have my staff here, as I mentioned, and we'll be able to take any questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, members? Oh, you did a good job.
Well, hopefully everybody's hungry.
Okay, Representative Ayu.
I just want to reach out and say thank you. We got a temporary siren in Wanalua Valley installed thanks to your staff. So I just want to say thank you and kind of follow up on that initiative. So what is the the plan for rollout and more sirens throughout the state?
Yeah, so right now we don't have any new sirens. Administrator Barros is working that now. You know, if you go kind of through the history, a lot of these sirens, especially those that are not functional now, are so old that we're no longer able to repair them. So the first priority would be to do new construction to replace those that were existing. And then the mindset previously as well was looking at near the shoreline tsunami inundation zone, but we've shifted. Right now it's an all hazards alert, so that's why Administrator Barros is going to form the team and look at new future siren construction.
So your budget request is just for the position, not for...
Yeah, so the budget requested in our Form D, and is primarily for salary increase for the technicians, because we only have a handful, I think 6 in my telecommunications branch, and they service the entire state, so they're flying to the different islands to do the servicing, and it's hard to retain people. You know, my other directors, I'm sure, had briefed the committee on the challenges of being able to entice and recruit and retain quality individuals. So my department has the same challenges. So if you look at the salary increases, it's targeting that to be able to recruit talent and retain that talent.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Representative Cochran?
Chair. Good morning. Thank you, General Hara, and again, thank you for you and all your staff that came to visit Lahaina. I'm looking at the table 24, which is in reference to expenditures and encumbrances for wildfires, and what I'm most interested in is what's FEMA reimbursable and what has been actually applied for or not. And
Okay.
so I'm noticing things that, yes,
Yeah.
were applied and some aren't, and I'm just like, why not apply if it's FEMA reimbursable?
Let me try to peel that back. Pretty complex question. So first off, the report is dated, right? I think this was work November, December timeframe. So we're actually a lot more expenditures. We've submitted a bunch, and we've been doing it in tranches. So as we complete and do the response and figure out the cost, then we submit for the reimbursement. So the first challenge is actually getting the invoices and paying it out. So we cannot really seek reimbursement until we pay for something. So that's one challenge. The other one that I'm concerned about, and I raised this with my staff, is, and I think the governor is the one that mentioned this. So for the initial response, President Biden allowed almost the majority of response costs to be at 100% cost share, and that's for 90 days. And then it's a sliding window. So what we're doing, what I'm afraid of is if we start seeking all this reimbursement and get paid back, and then we say, okay, this is the 90 days that's identified, that's at 100%, and then now you create just this huge administrative backlog. So that's a challenge. And then for debris clearance, that is actually 6 months. And the same thing, right? The state decides when that 6 months is. And now that we're being told by the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA that the estimate now is not 6 months, they think it may be a year. The governor is going to request an extension to that 6 month, 100% cost share. So I have that concern as well. But what I'm not concerned about is the governor and the Budget and Finance, through the support of the legislature, both the Senate and the House, is I have enough funding for this state fiscal year to cover that, and then the timing for seeking reimbursement. We don't foresee any issue with running out of money, and now we cannot provide any support.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, General. And yeah, I was just, I'm glad we have the money, but I just didn't want to not seek the reimbursable, that are due us. So thank you.
I love using other people's money. We're all about that. Yes.
Thank you also for your efforts. Very appreciated. Thank you.
Senator Poipoi, followed by Moichao.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. So I have a few questions. First, thank you for the work with the sirens, all hazard sirens. That's been an issue in my community too, of not necessarily in a tsunami zone, but wanting to be alerted for all hazards.
Correct.
Yeah. So relating to social media, how do you consider social media in your overall strategy for getting information out to the communities in times of disasters or warnings? Because there was a tornado warning for Molokai the other day, the other evening, and it was after hours, and one of the first things I was doing was looking for information from credible sources to be able to share. And I looked at Haima and Mima and wasn't able to find anything. So I'm just curious how you consider that in
Okay.
strategy.
Well, we first start is within the department, we have a strategic communications working group. So we look at kind of proactive messaging. If we know we're doing something, make sure we're getting covered and we're getting accurate information of all the great things the entire department is doing. Then so at my department level, I have a public affairs section. Haima has one, Office of Veteran Services, and then also the Hawaii National Guard, pretty robust public affairs capability. Related to dynamic events, the tornado one got us all, no pun intended, but got us spun up because that thing happened so quickly. Governor called myself and General Logan. We were on a conference call. I immediately called Mayor Bisson. And then when we spoke to the National Weather Service, that thing came up. They saw something that was an anomaly, looked like a tornado in a remote area. And by the time they looked again, they said it was no longer a threat. And it just took us, in the scramble, I think, took us a long time to get our website updated. But we do want timely, accurate, authoritative information.
Thank you. Yeah, and a lot of people get their news first from social media. Like the first thing I do is go look at my community pages to see what people are posting relating to different events. And that's how we communicate a lot. So I guess my second question is just your opinion on how prepared our state is to deal with multiple disasters at the same time. We've been going through this with the fire disasters. If a hurricane were to sweep through the state as we've just come off of that or are addressing that, like, are we prepared for that?
I think for something that big, it's hard to be fully prepared. You look at just Lahaina, right? A small little area, but it impacted almost the entire nation. We needed the support. So, in my opening comments, I mentioned about an all-of-community approach. So there's things we're doing with the Hawaii Hazards Awareness and Resiliency Program to try to build capability and capacity for communities to help with disaster response. So that's one thing. And then just what I'm confident is the nation coming in to support us. Like in the Maui wildfires, we had significant support from California. The Maui had identified that they needed support in their public information office. Besides the California fire team, we brought in National Guard public affairs officers to augment that team. So I think we'll grow with all that federal support and other National Guard supports through the Emergency Assistance Compact. What Governor mentioned and what we've been trying to do for years now is build a world-class emergency management center for Hawaii Emergency Management Agency. If you've ever been out to Haima in that Berkheimer tunnel, that is not conducive for emergency response. It's a tunnel was meant for coastal artillery. So it's compartmentalized, it's gloomy, it's depressing. And so, the guys that work in there, they're heroes to go in there. But what I'm really proud of in the State of Hawaii Department of Defense is I talked about the mission to provide safe, secure, and prosperous Hawaii. That every employee, I tell even, down to the janitor, they have an important role in the department to making sure we meet that mission. And we are there prepared and then be able to, absorb an impact and then rapidly respond to and recover from. So I'm really, really proud. And, I've been doing this for about 9 years now as a deputy and then later as the adjutant general. We've seen some significant challenges and disasters in that 9 years. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, General. My question is Kauai related. It may not be in the budget, but I know that when we had the floods, we had a big appropriation to help deal with that on Kauai. And then there was, because of the time, there was a bunch of money that was put aside to deal with levees and other stream-type flood mitigation. Will that money lapse if the projects aren't done?
I need to get back to you. I think it was like $35 million that we put in.
Yeah.
What we did is we actually went to the county, so working with the mayor's office and Kauai Emergency Management Agency they're the ones came up with the listing of the projects. And to be honest, I don't know what the status is on any of the open ones. But
Okay,
we'll
my
get back to
concern
you.
is that I haven't heard of any action on the county side, so I'm worried because I have projects in my district that are really dire, like
Okay.
maintenance on the levees. And so I just want to know if that money will lapse or if the counties can keep on taking their time.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Representative Takenouchi?
Hi, thanks.
Hello.
Sorry, really quickly, and sorry if you covered this earlier. On the CIP sheet with the retrofitting for public buildings for hurricane protective measures, are those just state buildings that you guys are in charge of? Or are those like evacuation shelters for the public, or what are those
Which
upgrades
table
for?
is that?
It's on table 15, CIP requests.
Go to the mic first.
Okay, again, good afternoon, good morning. I'm Captain Major Charu Lee. So regarding your question about the CIP for the retro buildings, so for the biennium, we've asked for 1.5 for each year. Again, I know that Haima recently has kind of updated the plan for the retrofit project. The intent is to harden the facility, public facilities, so that we can, house for emergency purposes and so forth. So hopefully
Or are
I'm not
these
sure.
like schools that maybe
So-
aren't up to hurricane wind standards?
It really depends on the area. I know Haima works very closely with Department of Education, other department as well to determine where and what type of facilities to essentially harden. There is actually a plan, and there's also a priority, and they work very closely, and they work very closely with DAGS. So DAGS is the one that's like the expanding agency for the funding.
Okay, so you guys are requesting it because they're for emergency preparedness, but it's going to go through debt. Is there a list already of that this 1.5 is going to be for?
Not particularly, but like I said, this is a recurring funding that we've been asked every single year again to
Let's
maintain.
let Don
Yeah,
Avial
sure.
answer that, because all of that money is targeted for the shelters.
Yes.
And they do, I'll let Haima explain the
program.
plan.
Yeah.
Okay, I actually did have a question about shelters in my community recently from one of the neighborhood boards, so I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Avia. Yeah, so we're currently working with our community outreach for that to do the hardened shelters. We're not only working with, the administrator is working with other entities as well. Like out in Laie, we're trying to work with the LDS and some of the churches out that way, so that's part of it. But the main one is we're trying not to rely on DOE facilities because that's kind of like a bygone era that we're looking at, and it's very hard to harden some of their shelters, and of course they've had their challenges with the with their facilities. So currently we're looking at other options, and also the community outreach we're doing right now is trying to see what the community wants. Empower the communities to see what they believe is a good shelter that they would be able to access, and that they would also be able to, trust that it wouldn't be destroyed in a hurricane or some other natural hazard incident.
Okay, I might follow up separately about some specific questions later. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, it is a recurring appropriation that's been around for a while, so that we are constantly working on. Any further questions, members? Representative Cochran.
I'm just I was looking at the 5.2 page 23. It's about expansion and improvement to state veterans cemeteries. I did see a little breakdown. It mentions Ho'olehua, but any discussion on Lanai? Just from being a council member, I recall going to visit there multiple times, and the cemetery, the veterans, particular cemetery, having a lot of issues.
Thanks, Representative. Regarding your specific question about Lanai, let me just maybe back it up and clarify about the request for the cemetery priority statewide project and our CIP request. That particular one is really to do the restoration for a lot of our cemeteries that essentially they're, the grave line stones are over time and it's kind of degraded. We want to bring them all to the standards. But specific to your question about Lanai, that one is not included in that CIP request. particularly because the Lanai one, I mean, I think about 2-3 years ago, we did major improvements to the cemetery. So that project has been completed. And currently there's no existing grants that we're pursuing to do any further upgrades for the Lanai's cemeteries, if that answers your questions.
Okay, thank you. And apologize, I haven't been to the island for a while, but there was, I know after the improvements, they still had issues, I think, with fencing and what have you, but that, I guess Representative Poi Poi can probably look into that. The other thing is, I just had a general question, if it does relate at all to you folks, is Civil Air Patrol and your folks' relationship, or how do you work with, in conjunction with, if at all, with Civil Air Patrol?
Yeah, we do work closely with CAP through the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Okay.
Yes, so we have several representative agreements both on the federal side and on the state side to work with those. It just depends on the mission. And so if you wanted to see, it's actually on their Hawaii Civil Air Patrol. They have the presentation on that, on the particular agreements that show what our relationship with the state, the Civil Air Patrol's relationship with the state, and how we, I guess when we start to work with them, and also how they report to us on certain disasters. So majority of the time it is for, to either one, which we were going to use during the Maui wildfires, was to, use the Civil Air Patrol to warn the people along the coastline, which is kind of a normal thing for them to do as well. They train for that. And also for damage assessments, we use them for that. So that relationship is, I believe they also came in for reimbursement for some of those flight hours. So we're still working through that. And I believe it was already paid. But that's part of the reimbursement we get from FEMA eventually, yeah.
Good. And a follow-up, Chair. And so I think, General Hara, you were in the room when I spoke to DLE in reference to SARS, search and rescue type efforts. And I had been conversing with you about what type of, what efforts do we do? And you mentioned the ESF 9. And so, but what do you think? Do you have any thoughts about pursuing a, specific division, department of sorts to focus on, SARS?
Right. Yeah, I think right now I'm neutral. I think probably we need to meet with the City and County of Honolulu and the other counties, because they currently have the lead for search and rescue. So we got to talk through authorities and, maybe sectioning off different areas, but it's pretty complex. But as in the message that I sent to you, once we activate that emergency support function 9, search and rescue, then Department of Land and Natural Resources is the lead for that ESF.
Okay, well, yes, open. I'm hoping to pursue some legislation to assist with that. So, but thank you again for your work.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you very much, General, for coming in. We appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you.
And then Happy New Year again, everyone.
Yeah, members, I'm gonna adjourn, and then could you stay for a couple minutes as we clear the room? We're adjourned. Okay, we're gonna convene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefings. Next up, we have the Department of Education. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Superintendent Keith Hayashi, joined by Assistant Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer Brian Hallett. Thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of the Department of Education's biennium budget request. With us today are Deputy Superintendents Heidi Armstrong, Tammy Oyadomori-chan, and Kurt Otoguro, along with our team of Assistant Superintendents who are available to answer questions committee members may have. Please allow me to start by saying many of you are aware that the public school system faces major challenges next fiscal year, with declining appropriations, both state and federal, and increasing expenses driven by service demands, inflation, and a goal to invest in public school students and our future. Amid this climate, it is important to recognize three things. First, the department remains firmly committed to ensuring that all of our graduates are globally competitive and locally committed for the future of the next generation and our state. Second, we have a strong momentum of academic recovery. Coming out of the pandemic, while students locally, nationally, and internationally were negatively impacted by the pandemic, Hawaii's public schools are seeing a stronger and faster recovery than many other states. Further investment is needed because the pandemic impacts on education are ongoing. And third, the department's FY25 general fund budget request is substantially below the FY23 appropriation level. At our core, we support students and learning. The Department of Education is charged with ensuring that every student, regardless of their abilities or socioeconomic status, is prepared to be successful for life after high school, on whatever path they choose, whether it's college or post-secondary training, directly into the workforce, or military service. Our budget request aligns and supports our ability to carry out this important mission. We ask for your support with predictable and reliable base budget for public education that invests in our students throughout their K-12 journey. This slide reflects data that you're all familiar with. It speaks to the enormity of the responsibility we have to educate all students statewide and the human resources that supports this responsibility. Last year, the Board of Education released its strategic plan, which spans 6 years and challenges the department to focus resources on targeted activities designed around three overarching priorities. Number one, high-quality learning for all. Number two, high-quality educator workforce in all schools. And number three, effective and efficient operations at all levels. To help accelerate our efforts, as we plan to work to achieve the goals and desired outcomes of the strategic plan, we are focusing on what we are calling high-leverage initiatives. These are targeted areas that we know we need to dedicate resources to in order to best support our students. Areas like vulnerable populations. The pandemic exacerbated achievement gaps for our most vulnerable students. We need to provide differentiated and targeted support in the classroom, school, and community to improve educational outcomes for student groups, including Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiian students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Another area, workforce readiness. We need to ensure we are graduating students who are workforce ready and can earn a living wage and thrive and contribute here in Hawaii. As mentioned earlier, we have strong momentum coming out of the pandemic. Our student performance on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, otherwise known as the nation's report card, represented here by grade 4 reading results, demonstrates that our students fared far better than most states in recovering from the pandemic impacts on learning. While the nation as a whole showed drops across the board, Hawaii's 4th and 8th graders held steady on 3 of 4 NAEP assessments. This slide shows a long, steady trend of improvement for Hawaii's 4th graders reading compared with the national average. While we are not where we ultimately want our students to be, we are making solid progress, and our public school students are doing better than their national peers. When you break down the national NAEP results by state and compare the results from before and after the pandemic, you can see that Hawaii's 4th graders are outpacing the country in recovering from pandemic as measured on the NAEP. In reading, our 4th graders are ranked number 1. And in math, our 4th graders rank in the top 5 states. We are seeing a strong recovery on our statewide Smarter Balance assessments as well, which measures English language arts and mathematics proficiency for students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. We are very encouraged by this, and it speaks to the incredible work our students, teachers, and schools are doing. But we know there is more work to be done to further accelerate student learning and success. This slide contains new information out of Stanford University. Researchers took a look at the long-term financial impacts of the pandemic on students by correlating academic learning loss with states' GDP and personal income. You can see that Hawaii, shown in orange, is in a much better position than many states. That's because our state is amongst the leaders in the nation in academic recovery, as discussed on the previous slides. The impact of the academic gains of our public schools here in Hawaii have positive long-term economic impacts for our students and their future, and the future of our state overall. In speaking with our school principals, they consistently credit 2 major investments for accelerating learning and recovery. The first is additional resources in the classroom and the school via Weighted Student Formula, or WSF. And the second, an expanded summer learning opportunities at no cost to families. Our schools are making progress in spite of ongoing challenges from the pandemic. For example, student absenteeism continues to challenge schools in Hawaii and the nation. We have been able to make progress because of the resources, including federal funds, that have been invested to address these challenges. The federal pandemic recovery grants are ending, and other parts of federal funding are in jeopardy in Congress. Students need sustained investment to continue to make a difference now and into the future. Thanks to your investments in public education, along with federal resources, our schools have made gains. We need your continued support and investment for the future of our students and for our state. I'd like to now turn things over to CFO Brian Hallett to speak to our federal funds and details in our budget requests.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Chair Woodson, and committee members. I'll be going over the next 9 slides with you that continue to cover the topics that we've been asked to present to you today. So the next topic is federal funds. Federal funds, major recurring grants. Although much less than the legislative appropriated state general funds, federal funds have and continue to play an important role in public education, making up 11% of our department's FY25 appropriation. This chart shows national level funding for major federal education grant programs and is in thousands of dollars. Each row on the table represents a unique grant. The last 3 columns reflect the federal fiscal year 23 appropriations, which are the ones that provide the funds that are allocated to school districts in our federal, fiscal year 24, the current year. The last 2 columns show the latest available information from FFIS on the proposed federal fiscal year 24 funding in Congress, with the House of Representatives in the first column and the Senate in the second column, to the last column. From this, you can see that while we have reason to expect that the federal government will continue to be a partner with school districts for a variety of efforts, we are aware of and are monitoring the potential threat to predictable and reliable funding from the majority in the Congressional House of Representatives that seek to slash support for core federal education programs, with the House proposing a 33% cut to Title I, which provides supplemental supports for schools with large concentrations of low-income students, a 23% cut to Title II, which provides supplemental support to improve the quality and effectiveness of teachers, principals, and other school leaders, and a 100% reduction in the funding for Title III, which provides supplemental support for instructions for English learners and immigrant students. So we will need to continue to monitor the development of the federal fiscal year 24 appropriations and hope for the opportunity to provide updates to this committee as the information becomes available. Next slide. Federal funds, the pandemic relief funds. The federal ESSER and secondary school emergency relief grant is ending at the end of the current federal fiscal year, meaning September 30, 2024. The department is working diligently to obligate these funds by the end of the current state fiscal year 24, to avoid lapsing any of these resources. The ESSER program has been tremendously important in helping Hawaii by providing an average of over $172 million per year for fiscal years 21, 22, 23, and 24. These resources have afforded a crucial degree of stability for schools and students during the fiscal and operational disruptions caused by the COVID pandemic. These funds were used to offset a cut of over $100 million to the department's budget and have also provided resources to sustain and develop programs designed to offset learning loss and address social and emotional needs. These programs, such as free summer school programs offered since the summer of 2021, and nearly $170 million allocated to the 15 complex areas, have been used to support school needs specific to their communities. So we are closely monitoring spending and posting monthly expenditure reports on our website, and are not at risk of lapsing or having these funds clawed back at this time. But to answer the question that we've taken from various lawmakers in recent weeks, do we anticipate additional pandemic funds? The answer is no. And thus we face the federal fiscal cliff at the end of this fiscal year. Next slide. Non-general funds. As instructed, we've included in the presentation a link to the department's annually produced non-general fund reports. These reports provide information on each of our non-general funding sources and includes actual and projected revenues and expenditures for each fund, the measures of effectiveness, and the appropriated and planned characters of expenditures. So there's a link to access those at your leisure. The next slide, department's request. Next slide, please. The federal fiscal year 23, 24, and 25 appropriations and the supplementary request. This bar chart tries to provide some perspective on the department's current fiscal year 25 appropriation and the fiscal year 25 request. The first bar in this chart shows the department's state fiscal year 23 general fund operating budget appropriations in blue, nearly $2.3 billion. The second bar shows the fiscal year 24 appropriations in blue of $2.06 billion, plus the $55 million in general funds allocated by the governor out of the discretionary funds in green. Together, the total is $2.1 billion. The third bar shows the federal, sorry, I keep saying that, the fiscal year 25 appropriation in blue of $2.03 billion. And then we can see on top of that the governor's budget request in orange of $111.6 million. And then the portion of the department's request that was not incorporated into the governor's budget request in tan of $88.6 million. And we can see the total of the fiscal year 25 appropriation, the governor's request, and the balance of the department's request, not included in the governor's request, total $2.2 billion. So what this slide shows is that the current fiscal year 25 appropriation is less than 23 and the 24 appropriation, and that if the department's fiscal year 25 request were funded in its entirety, it would still be below the fiscal year 23 level for general fund appropriations. Next slide, please. So opportunities and challenges. As mentioned previously by Superintendent, public schools are faced with significant challenges headed into the next fiscal year. We face a state funding fiscal cliff with the current appropriation that provides nearly $100 million less in state funds next year compared to this fiscal year. A federal fund fiscal cliff as the $640 million ESSER program which was intended to bridge the gap in the state's ability to maintain and support public education and to address students' needs, is coming to an end. With high inflation, with examples such as $21 million needed for food service, $18 million for a rate increase for new bus contracts, $15 million for increased costs for utilities. In the fourth area, we still have lingering pandemic impacts that are taking more time to overcome than anticipated when federal support was initially provided by Congress. We would note that feedback from school leaders has been clear, and programs such as free summer school for students and additional resources in the classroom have made a significant difference in their students' learning. The fifth category is the department is committed to continue to work on continuous improvements to improve high-quality education for all, a high-quality educator workforce, and effective and efficient operations at all levels. Next slide. This is the department's supplemental budget request. This is the department's view as opposed to the governor's view. We'll get to that after this, right after this. So this slide shows by EDN which is the level at which the legislature sets appropriations. One, the department's current general fund appropriations per Act 164 of 2003. Two, the amount of the department's board-approved general fund request of $198.2 million. And three, what the fiscal year 25 appropriation would be if the request were fully funded. Please see the link on slide 27 later on for access to the testimony tables, as testimony table 4 will provide details on all 64 line items that make up the department's supplemental budget request. Just a few summary comments about those 64 funded items that make up the department's request. 13 of those items were not part of the department's biennium budget request last year. 51 of those line items were. The 13 new line items total $23.5 million, with the single largest item being $18.4 million for salary increases for VPs and moving to a 12-month contracts and for EA pay increases. There are 51 items that were from last year. They total $174.6 million. And we greatly appreciate that 6 of these 51 items received general fund appropriations in the first year of this biennium, the current fiscal year. Without that funding for basic operating costs, schools would have faced considerable uncertainty at the onset of this school year. These 6 items total $46.2 million for expenses such as workers' compensation, $10 million, utilities, $15 million, and night security and active threat response training at $8 million. Also, thank you very much for entrusting the governor with $200 million for government operations via Act 164 of 2003, Section 5. Those funds funded 34 of the 51 items in fiscal year 24 for a total of $61.2 million. These funds have and will have been used to help sustain the department's work to support students. These items include $27 million for the weighted student formula, $1.5 million for soil testing for Big Island, $3.25 million for service contract cost increases. So 40 of the 64 line items that make up the department's request, which make up approximately $100 million, or just over half of the $198 million request, is simply just to sustain funding for fiscal year 25 that the department has funding for in the current fiscal year 24. Then 7 of the 51 items were part of the biennium budget request last year, but requested funding was for the second year, to start in the second year. These 7 items total $45.5 million, the largest single item being $20.9 million for summer school, which is needed with the end of the federal emergency funding. Another is $18.5 million for student transportation bus contracts, needed with the current contracts coming to an end, the 6-year contracts coming to an end and being rebid. The remaining 4 items that were not funded this year, but we will be continuing to seek recurring appropriations for, total $22.1 million. The largest of those items is $21 million for the school food service program. So that's the summary of the $64 million, 64 general fund requests that total $198.2 million. Again, detailed in table 4 with the attachments. We'll start going a lot faster. Next slide is the governor's budget request. This is a summary by EDN of the general funds that make up the governor's supplemental budget request. The attached testimony table 6 provides a listing of the 17 general fund line items that were factored into the governor's supplemental request. The department is extremely grateful for the support provided in the governor's supplemental budget as many critical basic needs for costs such as food service, bus transportation, utilities, and workers' compensation were included. But as you will see in the next slide, there were equally important areas that were not included. These items would primarily fund instruction and student supports. Next slide. The departments and governor's budget request. This slide provides a summary of what was included and not included in the governor's supplemental budget request before you. The first column breaks down our request into more descriptive categories than by EDN. The second column shows the department's request levels. The third column shows the levels funded in the governor's budget. And the last column reflects the funding gap between the department and the governor's request. For example, looking at the first row, you can see that the department requested $33 million in total for the weighted student formula, and no additional funds were included in the governor's supplemental budget. Again, Table 7 includes a complete listing of, Table 4 includes a complete listing of those 64 general fund line items. Next slide is, this slide just provides a graph summarizing the previous slide, a comparison between the DU and the governor's supplemental budget. And we humbly ask for the opportunity to work with the committee members, committee staff in the weeks ahead, for your support of the governor's operating budget request, and to the extent that revenues would allow for it, further consideration of the department's other requests as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Otaguro to speak about the CIP budget.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Chair Woodson, and Chair CIP Nishimoto, and members of the committee. Kurt Otaguro, Deputy Superintendent. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the department's supplemental budget and CIP request for fiscal year 25. Before I start, I just truthfully want to thank you all for your commitment, your support, and your enthusiasm to the Department of Education, to our students and our staff. Your commitment to education absolutely makes a difference. Thank you. If you look at the slide presentation 24, this is just a summary of what was approved. I'm sorry, on 23, it was what was approved last year. We appreciate that. It was a tall order to request, and we ended up with approximately 76% this year and 270 million, or about 30% of this coming year. So we appreciate that. If you go to slide 24, this is our new request submitted to the governor. I have to apologize. First off, I had an error, a typographical error on the last line of column 2 under FY25 DOE supplemental request. The last line is obviously too big. It's 272 million. It should reflect 3 million with a total of 273 million. But that was just a request. The last column on column 4 is really what the governor has approved for your consideration. So we started the biennial budget with a CIP, thanks to you, of approximately 271 million to address the needs of our 258 schools statewide. We started the process in early summer, and after the budget was passed, we quickly had to adjust priorities due to some other situations on Maui. We recognize the need to refocus, and reprioritize on Maui's recovery. A larger lump sum for major repairs and maintenance, and consideration for project completion funds was important for us. So we totaled that as about 192 million. We also requested for additional funding to address our ongoing health and safety projects that you're all very aware of, as well as our continued efforts to comply with ADA and Title IX commitments. And I have a list if you want on the specific ones. The last column, as I said, was approved by Governor Green, 355 million, 0.8 in CIP funding. Out of that, I need to point out that approximately 144 million is really federal funds. We're very fortunate to have the federal government provide matching at 80% for our 8 military schools and for our military children that attend those schools and some of the other students that are around the military bases. So we're very fortunate to have that kind of support from the federal government. As I said, these are requests that we're putting forth. Just to give you a little bit of background on what we have been doing, because there's been a lot of controversy on the DOE's performance. We have approximately 560 active CIP projects as we speak today, valued at, with appropriations of approximately $951 million. So that are projects that are actively being done. 68% of them are in, or 179, are on the contracting phase. So we're close to encumbering those funds. That's valued at about $648 million. The remaining $303 million of that total, 381 projects, is in the planning or design phase. We've also been working on another process that you're very familiar with called job order contracting. And through that process of pre-qualified contractors, we're able to produce over or get over 2,900 projects valued at approximately $352 million. So that process has become very efficient for us. It's repetitive, it's smaller, but it is an efficient way to get procurement done. So in total, the department has been working on a total of about 480 projects with a total appropriation value of $1.3 billion, thanks to you. We also do another project or process called work orders, and that's just every day something breaks, and we do about 38,000 of them. Those are not glamorous, but those are things that we need to react, and that's what our deferred maintenance or repair and maintenance funds are for. And so we appreciate all the support there. Those are anywhere from fixing sewer lines or faucet leaks or lighting issues, electrical, fire alarms, you name it. The schools are aging, and so we're depending on that fund, that lump sum fund, a lot more. We're proud to service our 258 schools statewide. That represents, for some of the newer members, over 4,000 buildings, which has approximately 21 million in footage of square feet. But as you know, we have more to do. Over the past several years, as you know, the timelines connected to legislative CIP funding has not been in alignment with the actual construction industry timeline. And that has created some challenges for us to get projects done on time. So we go through several steps to get to that contracting phase and scope design, allotment requests, county permitting, contract issuance, and ultimately a bid award. Once we get a contract, we encumber funds, and then we're off and going. But that process is taking a little longer. But we're working through, we're fortunate to have good dialogue with our county partners. They're very accommodating for the DOE as best they can, but unfortunately we still have this challenge of delays that cause us to have unfortunate cost overruns. We're getting to a place where we need to contract before the lapse date. But nevertheless, we're optimistic that we will move forward with your support. The state is resilient because we share a culture of caring. Our state is powerful because we collaborate with all of you. And the department is very fortunate because we have a caring legislator that takes care of our keiki. I'm encouraged by your willingness to reach out and just talk story. I mean, we need to be transparent, we need to be direct, and that is probably the best attribute for us to continue to solve these issues that we have. I appreciate that direct feedback. I'm encouraged and excited about our combined efforts so that we can address the needs of the schools. At the end of the day, it's all about taking care of our keiki. It doesn't happen overnight, but we value the time that we have. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the former Assistant Superintendent Randy Tanaka. You know him well for his many years of service at the DOE. I had a very short time with him, but during that time I appreciated his willingness to teach me, train me, and guide me in the nuances and complexities of the DOE. I look forward to working with a former colleague and new interim Assistant Superintendent, Audrey Hidanu, who has tremendous experience, and she'll add a lot of dimension to what we're doing. And so she is now overseeing the facilities and operations. So I'll continue to look forward to working with you, and we're happy to answer any questions after I turn it back over to the superintendent. Aloha.
Thank you, Kurt. The department is excited about the future for education and moving beyond the pandemic. We are proud of the efforts of our teachers administrators, and staff across our tri-level system who have propelled us to leading the nation in academic recovery. We look forward to building on that foundation with our high-leverage initiatives to continue to move public education forward. Thank you for the opportunity to share your continued support and investment in our students and their future, and the future of our state overall. My team and I are standing by for any questions regarding our budget request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Okay, members, I know I told some of you that we're going to deal with the CIP portion at the end, but in light of, I asked BNF to be present when we talked about that, and so that he doesn't have to stay here to the end, we're going to take it up right away. And then, so we're going to open up the questions, and then we're going to turn it over to our CIP sub-chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I think, you know, the thing that's top of mind for House members is the lapse list that that you guys came up with. It not only affects our members, but it affects our communities and our schools. So I kind of want to focus my questions on that. So if we can start with, let's walk through how we got to where we are today. Who initiated making the list?
I can answer that. Thank you, Chair Nishimoto. I did. When I first joined the department last October, it is obviously known that the DOE has a lot of projects. Probably more, we probably exceeded our capacity to produce, but nevertheless, the department has dedicated employees that just will do what it takes to get the money encumbered and to not lapse. And that's been the discipline of the department, and I applaud that. Unfortunately, over the last, I think, 3 years, maybe 4, that process to do that and encumber early has been caught short with the process itself. We have 9, or actually in project management, you have 10 steps that we have to go through in order to get a project to contract and encumber. It starts with an appropriation, obviously. It starts with the, as I said, the allotment request from the governor. It takes then the paperwork to get processes going through BNF. And then we do the scope document, you know, all these things that you're very familiar with. And then we go to low bid once in a while. And if it's a larger project, we actually do more work to define a scope and define it to the exact amount so we can put it out to bid, design, bid, build. In some cases, we do a design build, we do general specs, technical specs, and we let the industry propose something that's best, and we pick the best from there. But in that process, what we found is delays. And the delays have come from different islands. And I don't want to blame the county. They have their own challenges, but it has delayed some of the projects. Some are less than others, so it's not every single project that gets delayed. But on occasion, when a project is more complex, apparently it takes the city more time or the counties more time to do that permitting process.
Okay, so you came up with the list.
Yes.
You initiated coming up with the list.
So we wanted to rank a risk to the project, and basically it was simple criteria, right? We looked at all the projects that are already in progress, no problem. We looked at projects that we have to get done for ADA or Title IX compliance, no problem. Then we looked at which projects are waiting for something or maybe short of funds.
How much was on that initial list that you came up with?
Well, the total obligated was about 900 some odd million, 600, 700, almost 800 million is what was in play at the time.
Okay, so you come up with a list of $800 million of projects that you feel are at risk, correct?
Potentially at risk. That's what we went through from March through the summer to do that due diligence, yes.
Okay, and then at what point does BNF then tell you we need a list from you to include in the governor's budget, or how does that work?
No, at the time we were doing that list, it was initiated by the DOE, but I did apprise Budget and Finance that we were going to go through this, and there'll be a potential for us to recommend either lapsing it or a partial lapse, or in some cases go back to the legislature, identify a project that we're going to run out of time with to lapse and reappropriate. And that was our intent back in the summer.
Did the board approve that list?
The Board of Education.
Yes.
The Board of Education knew that we were doing this project, but did not approve the list.
So you come up with the list of $800-900 million. And then what was the next step then?
So the next step was to go through each project line by line and to make that clear determination of things that are in our control and things that are not in control. So the ones that were obvious to us is when we got preliminary cost results back, we knew that we were short. The bidders came back and we were short. Prior to this past year, thanks to the generosity of the legislature, the department was afforded a fund called a project completion fund. That's what we used it for, to offset any costs, overruns, or shortfalls in order to complete that project. Those funds are depleting, and so we anticipate that those funds will be depleted by the end of this year, or end of last year. We have a little bit more. And so because that fund was no longer going to be able to be used or dependent on, I put down a discipline to say that no project will start unless we know we have enough money to start. And
Okay,
so
so
that
then
meant a couple things, right?
You take that list and you give it to Budget and Finance?
We gave them a preliminary list, but we said it's not the final list.
Okay, so how do we get from that list to the 465 million that we're at now?
That's a good point. So in that process, and there's no excuse, it's my fault. We were working on it with the full intention of coming back to Budget and Finance.
We meaning
Me, in the summer, and then we were in September. Unfortunately, I got diverted to the Maui disasters, and that's no excuse. But I paid more attention to that to get that recovery going, so I let that hold. By the time we got back to revisiting it, BNF said, "Where's the list?" And so we got back on it, but that was pressing upon BNF's timeframe to submit a budget.
Did BNF give you a particular number that you needed to fulfill, or did you just give them what you thought the list was?
We provided potentials, and then when we submitted our list to BNF in the beginning, when we first went to the governor's budget, we submitted a number lower than what BNF
What was the
would
number?
want. We submitted a project list of approximately 130 million of lapse.
Okay, so how did we get from 130 to 465?
BNF had an expectation that the DOE could provide more than that, and so we worked internally to provide the list, and that's where we then.
So you were required to come up with a list of $465 million worth of projects.
We were asked to provide a list of additional CIP projects that could lapse, yes, force lapse. And so now what happens?
But initially, you thought that $100+ million was what the list should
That
be.
is that is what we knew we probably couldn't do with all certainty, and so that is a fair bet that we would stand before you and say this project can't go. So why we submitted the next list was in the medium risk. It could go, and we have every intention. We had every intention of going, but we need time, right? The time when we encumber doesn't stop at the 6 months before the lapse date. So this is the time that our department and our staff work very hard to get to that point where we can get to contract.
So just so I'm clear, so you were given a number you needed to fulfill. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. So you fulfill the number of 465. What happens then?
So we were given a number, it was 400 million. We discussed it with BNF that we still don't have project completion funds of projects that are already in progress that we know are going to be short. And would they consider providing some of the money we give back or lapse to that project completion fund? And there were no commitments at the time until we submitted it to the governor. But in fact, the governor did agree to that.
So who made the final list? Was it you or was it BNF?
The final list of projects to submit. That is on DOE. That's on me, yes.
Okay, and then, So yesterday, you send our CIP staff a list of roughly $240 million worth of projects from that 465 that you think you may be able to encumber, correct?
What we did was provided you a list, your aide with a list of the entire list of 465 with highlighting which projects we believe we may get to it. And that's the challenge. We're not in charge of permitting, we're not in charge of certain aspects, but yes, we hope we can get there. And I know that's putting you personally in a predicament because it's not a hard number.
Okay, so the governor's budget uses the assumption of lapsing 465, correct?
That's correct.
So now you're saying you may spend some of that 465.
That is correct.
Okay, so is the governor's budget going to be updated?
That is something I could not answer, but I would work with BNF to communicate those projects that we believe could go. And
When
if
would we
there's,
get that decision?
it's
Because right now, what you're telling me is that the governor's budget, his CIP budget, it's brand new basically, because you may spend $200 million more.
we may. Yes.
Okay, so when will you be able to tell us?
Based on recent discussions, I need to talk to the BNF director to get a hard date so that we can get this budget finalized.
Because to me, the hard date was when you guys gave us a budget, right? That's the date we're gonna work off of. That's the budget we're gonna work off of. Now you're telling us that's not really the CIP budget from the administration, correct?
That would be my false assumption. Yes, I was not under the impression that would be the hard number to work off of, but I understand your perspective of what you're trying to do in your CIP budgeting.
So when you
and that's
gave them
my-
the 465 number, you didn't think that was the hard number.
I did not.
So you didn't know that they were gonna use that to formulate their CIP budget.
I did for the governor. Yes.
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 Then if it's not the hard number, then but they used it.
You're right. You're right. My assumptions were incorrect.
So when are we gonna get the number?
I will work with the Budget and Finance Director to find that date and as well as the House and the Senate to make sure that we clearly define the projects that will go. And if it's a week, if it's a date, I know that we're early on, but I know that you're formulating your budgets as well. I'm sure the Senate is doing the same. So it should be soon.
Okay, so in the governor's budget, it bumps up onto the bond margin by about, there's about 40 million in cushion. Louis, are you guys planning on changing the bond issuance plan?
Thank you, Representative. At this point in time, I just found out about the updated list and a potential for, I guess, an additional 200 million that may not lapse. That was
So
proposed
was it
to them.
BNF's assumption that 465 was the number?
Yes, it was. Could I'm not disputing there are certain things that happened and what Kurt did. But there's also the perspective of budget and finance as we're going, if I may go down that particular timeline, and it could provide a degree of context in terms of how we got to the 465.
Okay.
And so everything that Kurt talked about back in March, we were talking, and that number was closer to $800 million that they thought that there was a discussion that potentially these projects would not be able to make it in time for the statutory lapse deadline, which is June 30th, 2024. So that conversation happened in March. By the time that we got to developing the budget and doing all of the budget prep work, that number actually went down to 675. So we actually started preparing the original governor's budget, CIP budget, on an assumption that $675 million was going to lapse from the DOE, statutorily lapse. And so what we did is, in order to make, to take a look at how much room was in the CIP budget, we based it upon that. But, so we developed the budget. We met with every single department. We went through the entire CIP budget, all of the ask, and we put that whole list together. And, you know, there was some conversations that were happening, but we had prepared the budget. We had gone through it. We had gone through rebuttals with the governor and everything. And right before we were close to submitting, the DOE came back and says, oh, that number is now, you know, was 130. And that's the number that Kurt was saying was 130. And that is correct. They said it was 130. And I said, we had prepared a budget based on 475. We're now in a situation where we have to go back, redo the entire, the budget is due December 18th. And I think we were provided with this information like a week before December 18th. And we're like, all of a sudden now we have to go in and redo the budget. So that's when I said, you know, we prepared a budget on 675. We can't go to 130 because the entire CIP budget would be basically blown at that point in time. I said, we'll go ahead and we'll increase the authorization schedule by the amount. And that's why that's where the 465 number came. I said, we can't go all the way down to 130. Maybe we can go down to 465, but we'll have to increase the authorization schedule in order to make our CIP authorization. So that's how the 465 number came. So, but now there's only about $40 million left of room in the CIP budget under the current authorization schedule. If that's the case, if there's going to be $200 million that doesn't lapse this year, that means our authorization schedule is not enough. So we would actually have to either take projects off of the books or increase the authorization schedule in fiscal year 25. But right now, we haven't gone through the exercise of actually working through with the DOE in terms of what those numbers are, because these projects, unless they get contractually encumbered by December 31st, 2024, will lapse by law, by statute. They will lapse. So the pressure is on the DOE, and I've talked to Kurt about this. If we're going to go back in and we're going to redo the authorization schedule or take projects off of the books, but come 12/31/24, and then these projects don't materialize and they don't come in and don't become a contract, that means we will have taken projects off of the books, or we will have increased the state's debt service profile because we couldn't get projects through. So we need to be very clear amongst ourselves in terms of what can we actually accomplish by 12/31/2024.
So are you guys going to be giving us updated guidance on your budget on what it looks like?
We will have to do that for sure.
But when will we get it?
I will have to get back to you, but that will have to happen probably within the next week.
The thing that concerns me about the whole thing is it sounds like the DOE's real number was 130, and you forced them into 465. And I mean, we're talking about numbers, but these are real projects, and they're real schools, and they matter to our community members. And when they see these things on lists, it freaks them out, right?
Sure, absolutely, understand.
And I can answer this. So, Chair, BNF was very clear as to what kind of number they were looking at, and call it our fault. We did say these are the projects that are risky. There's no question.
But when you go by a guiding number that you have to get to,
Yes.
instead of which ones can we realistically do and which ones can't we, and let that guide you to the number.
Right.
Instead of saying, okay, you guys gotta find 465 or 630 or whatever the number is, then you're just finding projects.
And that's what it turned out to be. And that's where probably my...
But what kind of process is that?
It's not a good process. It's a process that I'm learning. I guess on two sides. On one side, I understand the fiscal challenges ahead with the state, clearly, and we need to do this. If we can't get the project done, we shouldn't. And if it's a wasteful project, we shouldn't do that either. At the same time, I do not want to impact any school. Nonetheless, the legislators that have fought for these appropriations are hard to come by. And so there was a push-pull as to which way do we go. So I guess my view of it and the director's view became very different. One is one of bleeding hearts and trying to save everything I can or try to get everything done. And director is trying to hold the state accountable to make sure that we get a balanced budget.
So what you're saying is BNF forced you into getting a number, and you had to fulfill it.
ultimately, we're obligated to answer to our governor, yes. And if that was the governor's request, then that's what we got to do. But that wasn't the governor's request. We gave BNF that number. So it's no fault on the BNF
Which
to say.
number?
We gave them a big number, 800, 600, and then we talked to 465. But this is where I think we're getting the dilemma, right? In my mind, I did not commit, and so we submitted what I thought would be sufficient, all the way down to 130.
So that list you submitted, in your mind, you didn't commit. It was a advisory thing that turned into a real list.
And turned into a real list, yes. And the budgets were based on that. So it's
There was a lack
unfortunate.
of communication between the two departments?
Yes. And then I take full responsibility for that. Lewis was clear in terms of what, and I understand what the state's fiscal issues are or challenges are going to be. And we just wanted to submit a lower number that we felt honestly we could do, because there's still a chance, as mentioned to some of you, that we can still get projects done. But not putting myself in your shoes, that you need to get a hard date so you can balance this budget.
Yeah, but I still don't have a hard date. And I've been asking you guys, when are we gonna get your true CIP budget? Either one of you. I mean, when is it gonna be?
So
Because we're having to work on it already. And from the memo that we got yesterday, it's potentially $250 million off. So when are we gonna get it?
So I'll work with Director Salavera and get you a date. If it's a week, then that's what it's going to be. We'll agree to that date and commit back to you. And we'll also discuss this with the Senate, because the Senate's involved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, members, I think, obviously this is going to take some work. I'll open up to the rest of the members for if they want to ask anything to follow up. But before they do, I just want to just say a couple things. I think that, this happening, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it does bring to light that there are some problems that we've got to work on to improve the process, improve in how we execute on projects. And I'll give you a good example of what concerns me also. Is, in the earlier days of, several years, decades ago, the Project Adjustment Fund was a fund that we gave the department to be able to hold money, that if projects actually went under, they would put money in there and then they'd be able to move it around. And then we gave a few $1 million to play around with and things like that. And then over the years, there were situations where, projects ran short, so money was put in there to complete projects and all those kind of things, and then it became a common practice, right? And then they became dependent on it. I think we got to revisit that whole thing. I think when you think about it, when we say we're budgeting $10 million for the project, budget means that's all you get, and it's got to come, within that. And Lieutenant Governor was here a while ago, and then she talked about the successes she had with the building of the classrooms, and a lot of that was, becoming more uniformed, and her final comment was when they come to changes and everybody wants it, their special way and all these kind of things, we got to learn to say no. And so it's there's a lot of people to blame for how we got to this point, but I think it's an opportunity for us to relook at how we do these projects, and at the end of the day, my big thing has been that we got to get better at managing money and managing the process, not only on CIP, on the operating side too, right? And I've talked to the superintendent about some of this before, also. But that's just my comments. And like I said, I think this is a problem from the appropriation side for the CIP chair. So I understand his facial expressions. But we will, but again, I think there's other things that we can be working on besides the process. Okay, now I'll open up to questions. Members, okay, Representative Ayu, followed by Lamosa.
I just want to talk about a few of the projects. This is actually in Representative Poipoi's district, but the PIA Elementary School project that you have on the.
Yeah, sorry, we're gonna do the CIP first, because we're just gonna continue it.
Yeah,
Okay, go
so
ahead.
I'm talking about the PIA Elementary School project that you have on the CIP list. I'm not sure why this one is on the list, because this lapsed in the 2023 budget. So have you gone through the list since then and updated it, and do you know that this shouldn't have been on the list, or?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to understand the procurement process that you guys are implementing for this, specifically for this project, and I want to understand like the greater procurement implications. But I understand that there was a protest filed on this project on June 28th, 2020. And we didn't respond to this protest until September 2022. 795 days later, after the process. And the reason for denial of the protest was that the bidder wasn't aggrieved yet. Can you explain why it takes 795 days to respond to a protest when the response is pretty pedestrian? I don't understand.
There were two protests on that one particular
Okay, I'm
day.
talking about the first protest though, but okay.
Right, so I don't have all the details, Representative, but I do know that we were working through it. It wasn't that the department was not working through any of this protest, but protests, as you know, very well know, are very cumbersome and complex. We did have a situation where we had an individual working on it that was just out on vacation, that's all. But no excuse, we missed the due date by a day. And that was unfortunate. And that's bad on us, that we should have asked for an exception from State Procurement Office to fight the protest. And because we did not get to that date, we were not able to fulfill that. Now, whether it took 700 days, 600 days, 400 days, I can't comment to that. But I do know that the department and whoever was involved was actively involved. It just took that long.
Okay, because during the time that this protest was going on, the legislature changed the law to say that it should only take 75 days to resolve protests. So the department has put in proper procedures to ensure that we're moving protests along expeditiously?
Yes, protests are a necessary evil. It provides the contractors with that opportunity to obviously grieve on any decision that the state makes because they felt that it was unfairly awarded. 75 days is good. I know the law very well. We were involved in that. It is not always going to be a perfect world, depending on who is debating that or who's going to represent the company who's doing the protesting.
I mean, I feel like you guys are talking about all of these regulatory reasons why we can't move these projects forward, permitting or whatever, but then we're sitting on protests for over 2 years. I'm just asking, do we have procedures in place to ensure that, this doesn't happen, or we can respond to these protests? I think this could be responded to in a week, as opposed to however long it took us. So I'm asking if we have the procedures in place for that.
We have procedures. Whether they're efficient or not, I can get back to you on that. I would say no. My own personal opinion, but we don't have dedicated staff. We don't have a department of protests.
Okay.
We don't have the resources that do that 100%. But
Okay.
if that's part of a reorganization that superintendent wants to do, we can do it.
Okay.
Can I just add one comment, please? Chair and members, definitely in the department, we do know that we have areas that we need to improve in. Specifically to our facilities area, we're working very closely with the board, and we have identified processes that we need to improve in, data that we need to collect in moving forward. So for me, I just want to assure members of this committee as well as the legislature that we are actively working and see the sense of urgency that we need to move forward. It's very complex, as I'm learning, but we are in the process of untangling that, putting a plan in place so that we're able to do better for our students and for our community. So most definitely, we are working. We see that urgency, and we are moving forward on it.
Okay, just two more projects, and then I'll move on. But Montana Elementary School is on the lap list for a multi-purpose innovation center. You have the full amount for the laps, but I've come to learn that they've already spent $600,000 on the design for this project. So what has been done to the list to update it to make sure that we're lapsing the correct amount of money, or some monies haven't been encumbered?
That is the list that we're revising, and that's why sometimes it will be a full appropriation lapse, or sometimes it will be a partial lapse. And so that's what we have done and continue to do as we
Okay,
update our
and then what
records.
are our plans to not throw $600,000 down the drain that we've spent on the design and now we're not going to do the construction for these projects?
Well, that's where I mentioned earlier, Representative, we were hopeful that the legislature would consider whoever supported that project to reappropriate that amount at the current dollar amount.
Okay, and then my last one is, this past budget, we appropriated additional funds for a different project because there wasn't enough funds in the budget. What's going to happen to those projects that you're lapsing now, but we appropriate additional funds this year, and now they still don't have enough funds to do the project if they were going to do it this year?
We'd have to look at that one individually and look at that. That's one of those complexities. That's why it's not as easy as you would say when there's conflicting years of appropriations, that's going to be a challenge.
Okay.
That's going to be a challenge.
Are you guys already in discussions about lapsing in 2020, the following year's lapses? I mean,
No.
It seems like you guys were discussing in March about lapses. You know, while we were meeting, you guys were already discussing lapses and didn't mention it to us at all. So are you in discussions yet about the following year's lapses?
Part of, if I may, part of the overall process, Representative, is, as I shared, we are definitely taking a look at what we're doing within the facilities department, and putting things in place, plans in place, and processes in place so that we're able to address these very different issues. We definitely can get back to you on the specific projects that you're talking about, but we can get back to the committee as we work together with the board, when we're ready to share that process with you. So we definitely appreciate, though, your efforts and your supports of our schools. As Deputy Otogura shared, we realize the importance and the effort that you put in together with our school principals. And we look very forward to sharing with you how we can improve that process, working together with you, and moving forward. So we're definitely committed to doing that, and we see a sense of urgency.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
That's it for today.
Okay, thank you, Representative Amasal.
Thank you, Superintendent and Kurt, for your presentation and answering some of these questions. When I was looking at a particular project in my district, and this basically goes back to what Chair alluded to regarding the shortfalls and some of the leeway that is given to the department to address some of that. When I went to meet with the principal, and you guys work with the principals to come up with a number appropriate for the project that they would like to build, it seemed a little low. And so I want to know, what are the things that you guys look at as far as contingencies to make sure that those additional costs are considered as far as the project goes, to make sure that if it is appropriated, that it'll be constructed well, and then also it'll be finished on time and on budget.
Representative, I know we're specific to that project. I'm not sure exactly which project in the area that you're referring
Okay.
to.
You don't need to know. I just want to know in general, like
in
for
general,
all the schools, like
right.
what do you guys consider for like contingencies? Do you guys talk about, because when there is a design build, the contractors can come up with a contingency plan for like access, because sometimes it's for like this particular school, it was like way in the back, and it would be really difficult to get to this place to build something entering through the county side and then through the school, because then there's a building that blocks it. And there was like really narrow places. So like, I just want to know, like, what are the process? So like, what is the, your thought process in making sure that those things are accounted for so that we don't have to run into these issues?
The projects have approximately a 5% contingency. That's what it is. Now, whether that's sufficient or not, I would say 5 years ago, 7 years ago, probably true. Why we're in this predicament is the projects that we're working on now is during the pandemic. And so now that we're working on them, we're seeing close to 30 and 40% increases just in supply costs. It's unfortunate, but it is. And so this is I wouldn't say it's a unique opportunity, but it's nobody's fault and it's everybody's fault. It's our fault for not communicating, but the cost of projects during this period of time with the appropriations that are lapsing in 2024 is impacted severely. And nobody could anticipate that. So now what we're looking at is not only can we can't get permits, but we don't think we have enough money. And as Chair said, we need to rethink that because it's not a good fiscal practice to do things when we know we don't have enough money. And that's why we're in this situation right now. It was a growing issue, but it wasn't an issue to this proponent. We have one opportunity now because, as the superintendent said, it's incumbent on the DOE and us and me to reorganize and get more efficient now. Because if we don't, we're going to repeat this again, and that's unacceptable.
And just to follow up, as I shared earlier too, we are part of this. It's a comprehensive approach and a comprehensive look at what we're doing with facilities and how we can move forward. So those processes are being untangled in this process right now, and so we will definitely get back to you in terms of our progress moving forward.
Just wanted to add a comment. Yeah, that project I looked at, it was like $2 million short, and I had to go back and say, was that enough money? And lo and behold, it wasn't. And so, yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys don't have these shortfalls, so that way these projects don't have to end up on the list.
And this is where I look forward to working with all of you. I mean, we have to do a better job educating our principals and working with them so that when we give you a number, it's a real number. And so that's on us as state office to ensure that our whenever we're working with principals or you do that, we arm them with the correct information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hilo, followed by you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, were you supposed to call on mine? Thank you, folks, for being here, Superintendent and Deputy. If we as a legislature have the constitutional duty to fund education, and we're doing everything that we can to crank out these dollars, I think this is, for the first time for public to understand, if we are doing everything we can, but then the county is holding us up, I think that needs to be talked about, right? Because we cannot let the county stop us from improving these facilities and schools. And we're coming to the point, right, this is hundreds of millions of dollars, and you folks cannot expend it because of the concerns about permitting. But if that is the concern that's happening, where is the collaboration from the county to identify, do these projects really need the contingent of permitting to get done? Because if we are gonna take the cracks for the shortfalls on that side, I don't think that's fair. And I think you folks would say the same thing.
Thank you very much for that, Representative. First of all, I do want to make really clear that there are many challenges that are involved in the process that as we're entangling all of this. What I don't want to do, though, is to put sole blame on the counties. That is definitely not our intent. We know that there needs to be a collaborative effort, and I look forward to working with them and to engage in that discussion. But I am by no means, please understand that I am not placing blame on them. It's, I think, internal to us. We need to figure out what we're going to do, and through that process, engage with the counties to see how we can continue to work together. So I look forward to engaging with all of you too, because you're right. It's an effort that all of us need to work on, but we need to get our processes straight so we can continue to support our schools and the work that you do to support them.
What has happened then when the county has been the barrier? Have you folks been able to get things solved or resolved sooner than later, or are you folks just stopping at permitting?
We have the right as a state to exempt ourselves on permitting. Whether we want to do that or not, Representative, is a liability concern. But what we cannot do at the end of any project is issue our own occupancy certificate. That has to come from the county. In order to do that, we do need some assurances from basically the fire department that it meets code, right? Every county has a different fire code. So it's not as easy as, we have electrical, we have water, but yeah, fire is an important one, and so it's challenging. This county allows us to start projects without permitting. And every project does not need a permit. As Chair said, the Lieutenant Governor's project, it was a renovation of an existing structure that did not need a permit. And so we did not do anything structurally, but then just renovate. That went quickly. There are other times when a permit will be required. So it's just a matter of looking at every project and making that determination up front.
So maybe Representative, if we can, if you allow the department for us to kind of get together, and we can, again, if we can reach out back to you and get more information to you so that we can figure out this process together and we can do better
Right, because
for our schools.
I would assume the counties don't want to be in the way, right? But at the point when, if it is that issue, like, how do we collaboratively, you folks letting us know, we letting our council member parts know as well, that this is all happening in the pipeline, right? Or it's getting stopped. So I look forward to that.
We'll get back to you, definitely.
And
Thank
I
you
look
very
for that
much.
to answer, so thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
Yeah, I'll just comment real quick on that part. So, there was a time where city and county was the only county that kind of gave us, and I forgot exactly what it was called. It's kind of like a conditional permit where we could actually start projects without getting the final. And then they stopped that. And, I really don't know. I mean, that's something that I think we got to work with them on. But that was, I've always thought that made sense, that we should do more of that, only because, right, I can understand if it's a private developer or if it's a mainland developer and you want to make sure they cross their T's and dot their I's, because if they don't and they start and they leave the state, then they're kind of stuck. Whereas the state starting a project, we're not going anywhere. Right? We're going to be around tomorrow, the next day, next day, next day, next day. So it's not like we're going to run away. So I've always thought that they should kind of allow us to move to some degree and come up with some kind of agreement on that. So that's something that I believe, not only for DOE, but all I did, for DEG. And, when you were a comptroller, I'm sure you're aware of those types of things too. But I think, that's something that was in place, and I think it should be something we should explore going forward again. But anyway, further questions? Representative Ayu, followed by Takenouchi. Oh, sorry.
Please don't mistake me from ever.
Yeah, you guys just next to each other.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, Deputy Soup. In light of all this controversy, has the department done like an assessment as to what it can realistically handle in terms of the volume of projects that you're entrusted with?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We are, part of that process that we're looking at is really taking a look at what you said, what can realistically be done, and how can we improve the current processes that we have in place so that we're able to scale to be able to do more. So that is part of that whole comprehensive approach that we're taking a look at right now.
And imagine some of the issues too is probably manpower shortages within your own department. So what kind of resources would you need? I know a lot of the construction management, you folks have private sector people kind of embedded in the department itself to manage these projects. Like, what kind of resources would you need so we don't find ourselves in this situation again?
I think it's important that for us to really take a comprehensive look. So as we do that, if I can ask if we can get back to you on that, I want to be sure that the response that we give you is very thoughtful and thought out. We have reached out to other agencies that have been successful and learning from them too. So together we can improve on what we're doing. So definitely we'll get back to you on those resources that we need and what it'll take.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Garrett. Next, Representative Takenouchi.
Hi, Superintendent.
Hi.
I wanted to circle back to a little bit of the line of questioning that Rep. Lamasal brought up about the role of, I guess, the principals and the work you do with them and the work they do with us and all of that. Understanding that hopefully you're working and looking at the plans and redeveloping how we do this whole process. But I was just kind of curious, does that mean, has that started? Because we're going into another legislative session. So, we've all reached out to our schools for CIP projects, knowing that this lapse has happened. have the principals this year already gotten some additional support in things they might be sending us for projects that have already been vetted by the DOE? Is that something we can count on for the requests we got this year?
We haven't yet reached out to the principals specifically to speak to them about any discussions that they've had with their respective legislators. However, that is something we're going to be doing very soon. As I shared, I think that process that we're looking at is multifaceted, and there's a lot of moving pieces. I know that our principals work really hard, and being a former principal, I would advocate for our schools too, and so there's a lot of energy that's put into that, and both on both sides, from our principals and our legislators. So we're really appreciative of that. But yeah, in the very near future, I know session is going to start, but we will be reaching out to them and sharing more about perhaps some of the things that we all can be thinking about as we move forward in working together with you.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's a little disappointing to know that our projects already haven't been vetted by the department, knowing that this lapse list existed to prevent this from happening in another couple of years. Because what's the current process for a principal to get a CIP project with you guys? What kind of vetting is done? I guess, if they send something to us, at what point does the department look at that information, maybe tell the principal, hey, we think you're coming in $5 million under. That's not going to be enough if we're fighting for a certain amount and they just don't have the information. Why is there any kind of checks for the department, while we're in the process to adjust? I mean, at what point does that come in?
Thank you, Representative. That is absolutely the process that I want to implement. That is absolutely the process I want to implement. We have to do a better job educating our principals, as well as open up the communication channel as when they have needs, that the needs are communicated not only to you as a legislative body, but to the superintendent, so that the department can also start to couch its priorities. It's always, and I'll be the bad guy if superintendent is the principal. While we want to do the covered playground, if they have a broken fire alarm or they have some other need, that has to be that decision as to which goes first. We absolutely want to take care of the schools, but we all know that we have limited resources, and so it's just an open dialogue, and that's why I'm encouraged by this process. It's a very painful process to go through and sit in front of you to say, I'm going to lapse your projects. But it had to be done in a way that we can all be transparent, and so we understand the issue, and so we can openly create these communication channels so that you're aware that the number that you got may or may not cover what it is, so that we can all be aware and we all communicate to make sure that whenever the budget is finished and you're approving something in legislation, that we are confident that that's the number. So we have this opportunity right now.
Okay, so that process is coming, and for future projects, is there any way for the departments to kind of look at, things we might currently be submitting, or should we be telling our principals to kind of run those numbers by you guys now, or?
Yeah, it's something for us to discuss. They're coming to you straight, whether they may or may not be communicating right now, but we should introduce a process with the superintendent saying any project submitted, let us know so we can vet through that and provide you with more confidence that the number that was given and the scope that was defined. See, that's the other thing. We tend to not, as Chair said, define a scope and stick to it. So we think we want something, and then when we want it and start it, we want something else. And that's a natural practice. So I'm not saying that's bad, but with that, we got to add that contingency.
We will get something in place, as Kurt shared, very soon. And so we'll get out to our principals, get a process in place, and we'll definitely get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I don't think this is a new problem. When I was a staffer, I know we came back a couple of times to get, an extra $5 million once, and I was just told last year that the department had lapsed the project the other year, and the principal had no idea. So I really hope we can open up these lines of conversation with the department and us and the work we're doing here.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Any further questions on CIP? Get Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you. Nice to see you again. Let's see here. I'm just looking at the handout on page 26 at the top about wildfire recovery, and DOE supplemental request is 192 mil, but then Governor zeroed that out.
Representative, can we finish up CIP first and then we'll move
Yeah,
on
this
to the
is
operating?
capital improvement
Okay,
program
got
request.
it. Go ahead.
So I'm just like, what's that gonna, do to Lahaina and its our wildfire recovery efforts? I mean, obviously zero is gonna accomplish nothing, but what were you intending to do with that 192 mil?
Thank you for that question. The answer is that we put in 25 million as part of Maui wildfires, just based on what we knew at the time. My understanding is the state does have a recovery fund that they're putting together statewide. So the DOE no longer needs its own fund. And so we're working with the BNF to make sure that we address that. The rest of the numbers in there are, we lumped it together. That's all. We can give you the breakdown, but it's a combination of wish list of project completion funds. The lump sum budgeting, as you know, is a favorite of ours because it allows us more flexibility. Because of the aging facilities, break and fix, I can fix something based on deferred maintenance or just R&M. Line items are good as well, but then they're very specific to that particular fix. And so one of the pleas is that we asked for more lump sum budgeting, but that's also a trust factor that I spend it on exactly what I'm supposed to be spending on. So I understand that. But that's what that big number is about. It's not all to Maui. Just 25 million was to Maui, but we've been assured that the state has a recovery fund for that.
Thank you. And another question. So in reference to library, I think this might be a upcoming presentation, but it's about libraries. And in particular, you're asking for 500,000 for temporary site and a plan for replacement of Lahaina and Makawao. But you're saying also that you do not have expertise in order to fulfill this. It's not.
That would be for another discussion.
Okay.
The libraries,
Yeah.
the libraries does
Okay,
depend
sorry.
on DAGs
Okay.
for their CIP projects.
Okay. And okay, that's all for CIP.
Okay, thank you. Any representative? Porter?
Thank you, Chair. Relating to Paia, I know we've already had a discussion relating to the Paia School project, and thank you to my colleague for his line of questioning. It was, I'm equally as concerned, maybe more so. It was just crazy to me to learn that somebody calling in sick one day can result in a $17 million project, like, being on the chopping block and being lapsed, and now having for us to go in and try to reappropriate. So I'm hoping that in your processes that is something that is resolved.
And thank you for the question, Representative. And if I can clarify a little, without going into detail because it involves a personnel issue, the situation that Deputy alluded to was more than a 1 day absence, from my understanding, but it was a lot more drawn out than that. But definitely, one person being out should not hamper a project. So we're definitely, that's part of the process that we're looking at to ensure that those things don't happen.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the process.
Yes. We will definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And Chair, this is in reference to a past project, in particular Lahaina and the teacher housing. I believe former Rep. McKelvey had gotten appropriations for. And so I'm just curious as to, is that still moving forward? What's the status? I know fires did touch down on the land there, but it didn't damage, it didn't make it unusable, basically. So do you have an update on that for teacher housing and the 15 mil?
Are you referring to the 8 parcels of land that were currently owned by DOT? Yeah. So I did talk to Director Sniffen. He is more than willing to transfer that property. We have designs. That project has actually been transferred to SFA as the housing development, and so it is in flight. I don't believe it's in a lapse period yet, so we just have to keep following up with that. So that's an active project.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any representative?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Superintendent, Deputy. Thank you for being here. I guess with some of the lines of questions, to summarize some of the inquiries from some of the other members is, do we have an identified timeline when we may be able to have more clarity on the CIP project requests? We have or are in the process of actively requesting them, and then we have to prioritize them with our CIP chair. And so determining how we prioritize would be meaningful based on when we know we'd have more insight from the DOE on the best ways to move forward with this process. We want to support our schools. There's great need, not enough resources, but there may be concern of positioning CIP requests a little bit differently and away from our schools if we don't get feedback sooner from the department.
We'll definitely be reaching out to you very soon, Representative. Yeah, definitely.
Like this month, or just if you have more greater identification of timeline would be really helpful.
Okay, yeah,
we are on a timeline, and
right.
A 60-day session. So if you could speak to a little bit more clarity to a timeline, that would be really helpful.
We will get back to you definitely before the end of the month to get something in, to share with you a process that we're working on to work together with our principals to definitely that line of communication. So we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you very
Most definitely.
much.
Thank you.
Just a few more questions then. So what is your current active CIP amount that you guys are working through?
We have obligated $886 million right now.
So is that your capacity for the year?
No, I wouldn't say it's our capacity. 'cause
What
we
is your capacity for CIP?
That's what we got to work on.
Okay.
I honestly, I can't tell you what a dollar amount is, because regardless whether it's a $100 million project, as you know, a $10 million project, or a $2 million project, it goes through the same steps with the same amount of effort. Some will be a little more complex. So yeah, resource and dollar amount are not necessarily tied together, but we will come up with that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, one more. Representative
Yeah,
Cochran.
sorry, thank you, Chair. And so this is about the temporary permanent for Kamehameha Third School on the Pulelehua project. There has been is that a CIP, project? Or there had been a newly litigation that have come to light for the developer themselves. So it was asked by community, is that gonna hamper the progress of the project at this time?
Can we get back to you on that, our representative? Yeah, well, I'm not.
There are
familiar
12
with the-
litigants about fugitive
Suing
dust from the
dust.
project. And, so is that gonna hamper any progress with
Well, all I can say is that the project is being managed thanks to FEMA, and being managed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So their 95 days, their target date is still February 24th to turn over that property or facility to the DOE. Now, from there, we need to do our part to get the school ready to open. So as far as that project is concerned, it's not stopping. What's happening to the developer and the dust, we're well aware of the dust there. The dust busters don't quite work when it's windy up in that area. But that's not prohibiting, I haven't heard of anything prohibiting us from opening a school at this point.
Okay, well, that's good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So, anyone further questions on CIP? Okay, just have one more comment. I appreciate that you're working on it, and I know that we've talked about it, and I have mentioned this before, but I just wanted to say it a little bit publicly. Part of it is we have to, and this goes for every department. We have to get the architects and engineers under some level of control, because we tend to over design where the projects that's where sometimes it becomes more expensive than we originally intended. And then it becomes it's not even value engineered to consider maintenance costs and those types of things. I think for the state, I think we need to start thinking about that more and more because to the lieutenant governor's point, she said the classrooms were supposed to be $1 million and then they brought it in under 410. So, and that was mainly accomplished by one design and one furniture vendor and all those types of things. And I'm not saying that everything has to be that way, but if we go down that road, I think we can get more bang for the buck and accomplish what we need. And in using the practices of job order contracting, where you pre-qualify and those types of things, I believe that's very positive. So I look forward to working with you on this portion of all our concerns. So the committee looks forward to working. Members, we're going to move on to the operating side of the presentation. If we have any questions on the operating budget. Okay, Representative Jan.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Superintendent. Thanks for being here. I have two questions on the bus service contract, the 18.2 million. So the first question is, it's well documented that there's been issues with providing the full benefit of the contract because of a lack of drivers. So does that 18.2 million account for a restoration of all the bus routes?
Yes, tough questions. The short answer is no. The short answer is no. The number of drivers that we have by contract, or the number of bus routes that we contract, and the number of drivers that the bus providers can provide are very different. And so the 18 million is because we're at the end of our prior commitment on the contract. We had 8 contractors, and now we're going to be down to 3 come July 1st. So the market has shrunk and consolidating. That's the first thing that's happening. The second thing, though, is while that's our budget, because that's what we're planning for, we only pay for when the bus provider provides that route. So if they're not driving that day, we're not paying for it.
And then I guess the follow-up question to that is, you stated in the, your budget submittal that accounts for a 25% increase. Can you just elaborate on what that increase,
Yeah, it's
is
terrible.
for?
It's the market has shrunk. Competition continues to be fierce. Obviously, fuel costs have added to that. The 5 or probably run an extension. So probably this was more like 7 years ago when these contractors actually bid for it. So 7 years ago, the cost structure for Hawaii was very different. So fast forward to what had happened over the past several years, obviously cost escalations have also, the bus companies are not immune to that, whether it's salary costs, whether it's transport, fuel costs, all the things necessary to operate have gone up. So it's unfortunate, but I just looked at some numbers from the driver situation. In 2017, we had 160 drivers just for Oahu. We got 408 drivers statewide. And then we have special education that we also provide, so another 266. Right, so almost, what is that? Almost 600 some odd, 650 some odd. Today, we're looking at 265 drivers for regular ed and 242 drivers for special ed. So we've been working with the bus companies to try and figure out how we can encourage them. Is it pay? What is it to encourage a CDL license with an S designation? And we've had some successes with some stipends or encouragements with incentives, but it's not doing the trick. And I know we have some areas that we still need to work harder on to restore those routes, as you very well know. But I don't have a direct answer for you. We are in contacts with both 3 bus companies as we gear up for this next contract period.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. How are you?
So we got a presentation from the economist in UHERO about our population is getting older. There's not as many births. So what does that look like operationally for schools as far as reallocating resources, or if we're seeing declining enrollments in certain schools, what does that look like for reallocating monies or schools?
In terms of our numbers, if I'm and I can get back to you, Representative, if I'm not mistaken, our numbers have declined. I believe though they may be plateauing, but I'll get back to you on that. I think what's really important though is that for our students that we're currently servicing that are in school, as was shared earlier during the presentation, that our trajectory is on a positive trajectory right now in terms of our academics out of the pandemic. We want to be really certain that for our students that are in school, that we're providing them those supports with ESSER cliffing. We want to be sure that those supports are there for those students. As was shared in the Stanford slide, that that urgency is there for us to be able to support our students now so that they're able to continue to be successful and be able to be productive and give back to our state and our economy. So it is definitely important that we have those resources to continue that positive trajectory.
Okay. I mean, I guess my question is more, do you guys have a number of, current enrollment for all the schools, what the max enrollment is, or potential max enrollment for each school is, and what the projections are for future enrollment? Do you have something like that?
We do. We do have
Okay.
projected enrollments. Within each individual school, maximum enrollments related to the facilities might be one thing.
Okay.
Other things to consider also, though, is proximity of other schools to the area. And so there are a number of different considerations that need to be made in making any kind of a determination.
Okay. If you can provide that data to the chair, that would be appreciated.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kilo.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the school buses. So, full disclosure, yeah, this interim I became a school bus driver. And yeah, so I got to experience it firsthand. What was the reasoning to restore a route in Coa Ridge for 2 students versus routes in Nanakuli that were servicing several dozen students?
Specific to Greenwich Weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I know we restored it to Coal Ridge. I don't know why we did not restore it to Nanakuli. That has to do with our contracts with the bus companies themselves. There's some contracts and routes. It's not as easy to say just go here and go there, kind of thing. But I'll get you the specific.
Well, to an extent,
Yeah.
because Nanakuli High and Intermediate School is the same campus, and they're picking up the same folks, but you only letting them pick up the intermediate and not the high school. So that's the same campus, right? So when we're going through some of the list, it didn't make sense, some of the closures.
Sure.
And I think, and I'm not disregarding what you're saying firsthand, but if we are running into the issue with CDL drivers, we have the vans that you do not need the CDL certification for. I mean, granted, they serve our special needs students, but if we have to go to vans because CDL is the issue, I think that the contractor should have that flexibility. Because not every bus is 30 plus students on our large yellow buses. And if they have to double back, right? And I just want to tell you, I mean, you folks might be aware, but when we're asking our contractors to do this level of work, and I'm not saying you folks don't know, but I'm there for 2 hours, right? After the extenuating training that is implemented, which I understand. But the training and all of that, to be working with some of our our special needs students for the 2.5 hours of the day at $22 an hour, who's gonna work that, right? And I think not just some of that as well. These students need to. I'm working a lift. I am having to make sure they're safe, medically trained, CPR, and I mean this. I cannot see anything being asked in any other profession at that pay scale. And then on top of that, right, they are asked to be available for the whole day for 4.5 hours of work. And I guess the compensation is that you try to pay 22 because that's a full days of work, but you break down 22 over a period of 8 hours. That's less than $11 an hour. That's less than minimum wage. And all of these stations are supposed to be servicing all these different students. But now seeing it firsthand, if we just stagger some of our school schedules, these routes can service several schools at one time, but you're keeping these drivers on the road longer. And I mean, I'm talking to some of these drivers, they look bust out, right? Because I only had to deal with the special needs kids, But some of these routes where you have 30, 35 kids, rambunctious, yelling, screaming, and the fact that they're expected to even not intervene for physical fights. I don't know if maybe we don't do enough messaging to the parents for what they can and cannot do, or the public. But if we are expecting school bus drivers, all of this and more, that pay don't match, right? And then you saying that, Deputy Soup, we're paying per route. They can service the routes if we can stagger the school schedules. And I know that might be a union issue, but I look at Kapolei, right? In some ways that has worked. And I think when we're talking large scale about staggering school schedules, we're keeping some of these cars off the road because look at Nanakuli and Waianae at one point. If we get all one starting point convening onto Farrington Highway, it's a lack of better words, it sucks, right? Because everybody's trying to get to one place at one time, and especially these schools cannot handle the traffic on top of morning traffic. So I want to implore the DOE to look at some of these strategies to not just help these school bus drivers, but help be better partners in the community, right? And ultimately, I think that 1 extra hour of work from 4.5 hours a day to 6.5 to even 7, that's competitive, right? And then they can still do some of the charters that exist in the day. Because we gotta make this job or position, I think people wanna do it, right? And they don't know how, but granted, we have an extenuating background check part. And that's some of the stuff too, like this is super dated training that we're expecting people to give up almost 3 weeks of their life to train all of this. Because on top of being a bus driver, you're also gonna be the bus operator, and I've never done a full vehicle extension search like that in my whole life. And so pay for the 2.5 hours clearly do not match. So I'm hoping, can you folks make a commitment to look at these staggered schedules?
Well, thank you. Well, first off, Representative, thank you very much for going through the process and even driving the bus for our students. That's huge. So thank you very much for that. Definitely, we'll engage with Nanakuli community and our schools to see what we can do to help address some of the issues. Maybe we can touch bases after this too,
Yes.
to gain your insights. I think that'll be really important.
Right, because my concern is, right, some of these communities like Coal Ridge, dollar per dollar, more affluent than anybody I could put in a household in Nanakuli. And to be quite frank, if they're choosing to live that further away, that's not my fault. These students in Nanakuli, where their truancy rate is average 30 plus days missing, compared to a complex like that, where I'm sure they're at the state average, we just setting them further and further back, right? And like I told you folks when it first happened, any barrier you give students in low income communities, they're gonna take them, right? They're gonna choose not to come to school, every excuse. So this is just another one added to the table. So for me, that's the school part. And then I wanna move to the school quality surveys. Before I go down, does DOE have a designation for schools that can be technically identified as Native Hawaiian serving?
Sorry, can I? This I want to be sure I understand the question. So, do we have a designation for?
Is there a designation that exists, right? Because when we're looking at, especially my site or any school where you have more than 50% serving, does DOE make that designation that this campus services more than half the population of Native Hawaiian students?
We have the information about the ethnicities of the students who attend the school, so we know how many students are Native Hawaiian, for example, but we don't have a designation of Native Hawaiian serving.
Has that never been a priority for the DOE? Can you folks seek the designation? Because I think it's important to know when people are looking at schools throughout the, we're not a university, I want to point that out, right? But if these public schools are serving a larger population of Native Hawaiian students and things are dilapidating and falling behind, I think the public deserves to know that.
So I think we can have a discussion about identifying the schools. I believe on the higher education side, the designation of Native Hawaiian serving comes from federal programs, but something we can look into.
Because those are the students that often get left behind, right? Data point on every single thing. So I think if the DOE can implement something to acknowledge that these schools throughout the state serve these populations, I'm not saying they deserve more favor, but if there is things falling behind, it's when it comes to whether it's the leadership, facilities, or access, I think that should be considered in every formula, along with the weighted student formula, right? Okay. So some of the quality surveys, I'm very concerned because you look at some of the averages throughout the state. Safety for teachers in Nanakuli is at 29%, down from 63% statewide. 62% of parents feel safe versus 81. But granted, this is positive responses, right? And I want to thank you for doing unprecedented work by giving Nanakuli High School private security, which has never been done in the DOE. But I know those are band-aids, right? So how that's another one too. Our campus security guards are severely underpaid. And has that been a conversation that is happening within your administration?
We have worked together with HGA and have, I believe in the last year, provided a tiered school security attendant level, where in the past it was one pay schedule. If I'm not mistaken, we've moved to 3. And in that process, school security attendants are able, with additional professional development, are able to move levels and thus also get an increase in their salary. They definitely do very important work, though, in working with our secondary schools. So we look forward to continuing to provide for them.
Yeah, because I think for 29% of the teachers to return a positive response versus a 63% statewide, that's alarming, and that's gone down almost 20% in the last 2 years on every single line for students, staff, students, teachers, parents, right? So acknowledging that too, because the work of a security guard, in like Manoa Elementary versus Nanakuli High School, it's 2 different things, right? And I mean, you have older folks working these positions, but they're putting themselves in dangerous circumstances, and they actually can't even intervene. So I don't know what we have to rework, but if it's a commitment of the department to work HGA, please let us know how we can help. Because between the buses, security shortage, we pay more on the long end with these private contracts. They're great for short term, but long term, how do we take care, right? And then lastly, who is the responsible person in a school to handle truancy when it goes to court cases?
The ultimate responsibility of anything that happens in a school would rest with the school principal. And through the principal and the school's leadership, they would then designate truancy. Many times, not in every situation, but many times the counselors work together with students to identify students who are truant in partnership with counselors, in partnership with the school administration.
Okay. So when you're going to truancy court, is the judges not cooperating, or is there shortfalls on the administration side of the school?
In a truancy petition?
Yeah.
Let's see. As far as I know, the truancy petitions that have been submitted are very extensive in the data that we need to collect for students before we submit a petition to court. I have been working in discussion with some of the court members to see what we can do at expediting the petitions, but we continue to work together with them to be sure that we can address students who are not in school, which affects the chronic absenteeism and such. But we'll continue to do that work. We're working together with the courts and our parents and schools.
Well, because when they're 90 days absent and we're pushing it to graduation, we're only failing them, right? Every time that we push these students through and just pass them on to the next person, they're only going to fail. So that's my biggest concern, is that as we continue just to not tackle the real root issues, because truancy is not just them not coming to school. It's the family cycle, it's the life cycle, and everything that exists. And I know that you folks got to take on that extra, especially I think places that serve these lower socioeconomic communities. But if we don't know what's going on and how to address it, how are we supposed to help you folks too, you know? So, but I want to acknowledge that your administration and Superintendent Armstrong have been phenomenal in helping. So for every problem I addressed, you folks have also addressed several other problems. So I'm thankful for you folks, and I just wanted to get some of these things on your folks' radar.
Thank you. And I appreciate you, as well as the other members, for your proactive approach. And I know we've had different discussions related to Nanakuli, so look forward to continue to work together.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the operating budget? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. So, let's see, I'm looking at, this testimony on page 15. It's about the ARPA fund grant, and it looks like, expenditures and encumbrances, you have a balance of 144 million, and will that be, will you be able to utilize that by September of this year?
I think I was mentioning we're monitoring that every month and we're tracking the rate of spending. I think that was the information is at the end of November. By the end of December, that ending balance had gone down to, I believe, $129 million. So I believe we anticipate a ramp up in spending as we approach the end. We are targeting to be fully expended to the extent possible by June 30 and not taking it all the way to the 9/30 actual performance period deadline. So yeah, we are very cognizant of that and not going to lapse any of those funds.
And Chair, a follow-up on that one, and that has reference to Lahaina in particular, any efforts and work being done for recovery efforts in Lahaina at all, or is it, or not really?
We've had other resources to address the situation in Lahaina. I believe they're one of the tables, I think it's 20, in the testimony tables, there's a table that itemizes the spending for Lahaina. We've been very grateful to get resources allocated or authorized through the governor that we've been able to access. In addition, we know we have access to the Major Disaster Fund that Department of Defense is managing, HIEMA, if that should become necessary.
Okay, and Chair, the other part is the WSF funds, and I was able to attend the conference the other day, which learned a lot about this. And how that shortfall, I mean, because the governor, you want 33 mil, but there's not, that's not in the budget requests on the governor's behalf. So really concerned on the effects on, you know, the summer school programs, the special needs, and the L-learning efforts. So what do you foresee, and how is that? I mean, you got 66 pages of shortfalls, you know, negative balances. So I'm afraid of what we're going to look like in our school system without that.
So we are definitely appreciative to the governor for the funding that we received. It enables us to continue to address our basic operations related to utilities, food, and all of those areas. We also realize that, you know, in the current situation, the funding situation statewide, we are asking though for the legislature to consider our additional requests for related to, as you shared, WSF and so forth in those areas, because those are areas that are, when talking to school principals, they feel that those have the biggest impact to be able to, at the school level, be able to funds that go directly to the school level, be able to make those decisions that are most beneficial for their schools and their students. So you know that is something that is very important for us, and so that we can continue that positive trajectory in supporting our students, the multitude of needs that they have following the pandemic.
Right, and Chair, a follow-up. Yeah, and I'm grateful to speak to Principal of Kalama the other day, and with these types of funding, it's like fully staffed, fully security, everything from top to bottom. I mean, that just puts such a positive environment and climate for faculty, yes, and students, and just everything across the board. And she creatively uses these funds, the WSF funds, for those efforts. But what I worry, and we briefly spoke about the other day at the conference, about the, you know, less enrollment in Lahaina in particular. And so these, you know, funds are projected from the number of enrollment, and with less, how's that going to affect West Maui?
And yeah, as we had shared, I had shared a little bit about, we are very much aware of that and working together with our school principals to ensure that our students there and everywhere are being supported not only academically, but especially in the Lahaina area, with the social-emotional supports, mental health services, food services. We know that there are different areas related to food and housing insecurities. So we're definitely doing our best to be able to work together with state as well as federal partners to address those needs.
Well, I appreciate the efforts and would just like to be abreast of, the efforts that are being made and however I can assist and be a part of.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Paul. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, a Kauai question. We have a temporary superintendent on Kauai. It seems like we're having problems getting someone in that job. And I have been hearing from teachers who are kind of, their morale is low because there's no real set direction on Kauai. Principals, we've had principal problems here and there. But the complaint seems to be that these younger teachers especially have so much to bring to the table. They have all these young ideas, but the older administration is not willing to even try or allow them to get involved in making some changes. And so I was just concerned because when you hear a new teacher say, I don't think this is the profession I want to be in, I'm really seriously thinking of doing something else. That's not good.
Thank you very much for that question, Representative Moricall. Maybe if we can touch bases after the meeting, specifically with school. You're right, we do have an interim superintendent, complex area superintendent there. However, he does come with a wealth of experiences. I've known complex area superintendent Amar for a long time. He served in the department not only as an area superintendent, but as assistant superintendent, as back when a district superintendent. And as far as I've heard from school leaders, that there is very much a positive energy there. So maybe if we can touch bases, because that I'm not hearing the same thing. So if we can, yeah.
I think there is a positive energy, but people know that he's only temporary. There's not a real good, secure picture as far as the teachers are concerned. And where is the direction that Kauai is going to go?
Yeah, if we can touch, because my discussions that I do have with him, and I know he has been able to coalesce and gel and bring the schools together. And when we talk about globally competitive, locally committed, whether it be in mathematics, in English language arts, and literacy, there is a tremendous focus there. So I do thank him very much for his efforts.
Right,
but so if we can touch bases later, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Portboy.
Thank you, Chair. I have several questions relating to the Office for Talent Management. Can you just briefly give a couple examples of specific strategies being employed in regard to recruitment and retention for teachers?
Sure. I have Assistant Superintendent Sean Bacon here from the Office of Talent Management.
Okay.
And before Sean starts sharing some of the strategies that they're using, I do want to acknowledge OTM's efforts in terms of this implementing a different data system, a robust data system that actually has, we're able to really dig down and get a lot deeper in terms of the kinds of data that we're getting, as well as OTM's ability and efforts in reaching out, reaching within Hawaii, as well as reaching out beyond Hawaii to be able to improve the personnel issues that we have related to teachers. As we know, are nationwide, that across the country, people are experiencing shortages in teaching. But Sean, maybe I can let you share a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Sean Bacon, Assistant Superintendent for Office of Talent Management. So we have really tried to stay as competitive as we can in this job market as we are standing right now. I think as what Superintendent had just mentioned, one of the things that we're really focusing on is we're moving away from a pool-based type of recruitment system to more of a community-based recruitment system. We just implemented that in May this year with our teacher positions, and then just recently in December with our classified positions, really hoping to be able to capture a lot more data and be a lot more transparent with the public. We really want to be able to show the public where our vacancies are. We're really seeing that our workforce now is really asking where are the vacancies we want to know. So we're really trying to be more transparent in that aspect. We're really looking at our Grow Our Own programs here. Our Teacher Education Coordinating Committee, we're really working closely with them and their strategic plan to see what we can do with our local universities to encourage our local candidates to join one of the local universities with some of our stipend programs as we move forward here, trying to remove some of the barriers for our local candidates. We know that we have seen over the years, though, that our local university are not putting out as many teacher candidates, so we are having to look toward the mainland, and we actually recently experimented with moving to international recruitment with our J1 visa program. This past year, we brought in approximately 80 qualified individuals from the Philippines and are working on numerous of our islands at this point right now. The feedback from our principals and our schools has been tremendously overwhelmingly, and they're asking for more. So we're actually going to have a team of 3 going to the Philippines later this month to actually bring another cohort in for next school year also.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add also that within the department and within our students, the department also is looking through our current technical education in CTE, encouraging students to join, whether it's Teacher Academy or Teacher Pathways, so that we can get our best and brightest that are currently in high schools engaged and being interested in becoming teachers. They do also have opportunities, if they're in these programs, to be able to go to elementary, middle, or high schools and really get internship and authentic experiences in learning what it's like to be a teacher and how rewarding it can be. And so we hope that, as these students graduate and with those experiences, they'll connect up with one of our higher ed partners and return back to the communities to be able to serve.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions. I'll try to make them quick. You mentioned the NAEP tests. And you measured them, or you showed us at 4th and 8th grader levels. I'm just curious if those are the only levels that are measured at, or what are the reports for the rest of the grades?
The National Assessment of Educational Progress in K-12 is measured at grade 4 and grade 8 only across the country.
Okay.
We do have our Hawaii our Smarter Balance assessment for Hawaii that measures progress in grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11 in both reading, math, and science.
Okay.
And those results, although not, we can provide you the data on that, but also when we look at, for example, our grade 4 scores, current compared to pre-pandemic, our rate of recovery has definitely accelerated compared to the other 10 states that administer that same Smarter Balance assessment. So that's very promising too.
Okay, thank you. So a day before the Lahaina fire, there was a fire on Molokai that burned down a teacher cottage, which you should be aware of. That teacher was displaced. I believe a neighboring teacher was displaced. Other teacher cottages around it were severely damaged, but teachers are still living in them. A word used to describe it to me was melted. And so I'm curious if in the budget or in funding that maybe you already currently have, if you will be putting funds toward repairing the damages.
Thank you for that. Molokai, in fact, I will say that all of our cottages are in desperate need of renovation. Molokai is no exception. We do not have plans to rebuild that at this point. Honestly, be better off to tear them down, but it is needing of funding. So there is $45 million that has been transferred from this department to SFA for that purpose. We have not identified specifically what that would be used for. And so if there's an opportunity to do that, but I will tell you that our cottages across, we have 52 of them across the state, are in desperate need of renovations. So no specific promise on Molokai at this point, but it is, as you say, in desperate need of renovation, if not rebuilt.
Thanks. Relating to the agreement with DAGS to, between the DOE and DAGS to provide some of the repair and maintenance at some of the schools, like Lanai and in Hana, under that agreement, repairs aren't able to be made timely, and because DAGS has a lot of other kuleana to do. So I'm curious if DOE has been considering or has considered having positions in the department to do that work rather than under the agreement with DAGS.
Oh, we currently, in fact, about a month ago, Representative, we did go to Hawaii Island with Comptroller Regan, and we're definitely engaged in discussions of how we can work together. He's very open to working together with us, and so we look forward to building a stronger relationship and supporting each other in efforts. So I think Kurt has met with Keith Regan, the Comptroller, and I'm very encouraged and excited about being able to address those needs on the neighbor islands.
So no.
No, yeah, the short answer is no. But you know, the answer is it's unless we have somebody on the ground, like we do in Molokai, it is difficult, right? There's only one ferry a day, and so you know the drill.
Yeah, that's why I'm
getting
asking.
supplies.
Yeah.
So there's a logistics challenge with Lanai that fiscally is not the best situation, but yeah.
Yeah, and spending staff time and vehicle time and gas and all of that, half of a workday for just getting to the site.
Right, but as superintendent said, we have been working with the comptroller, OFO facilities and operation. We'll send our own staff from Oahu to service that if they can. So meeting the needs of the school is the priority. How we do that based on two departments' resources are what we're trying to balance.
Okay, thank you. My last question relating to the weighted student formula and the Committee on Weights recommendations. I have several schools in my district that depend on that funding. So I'm curious how the governor's budget impacts the recommendations made by the Committee on Weights, and why is that funding important to keep for our small schools?
Well, Brian's getting ready to answer. I just want to share too that I have been fortunate to visit many of the smaller schools and talk with principals about the importance of continued funding for them. I'm amazed at the work that they do in supporting students with the resources that they have. So they do a phenomenal job. So it's the Committee on Weights recommendation for that increase in small school allocation is definitely needed. Brian, you want to share a little bit about CAL?
Yeah, so the weighted student formula request is actually made up of three components. One component is related to addressing inflation issues. Another issue is related to $8.2 million of a $33 million request relates to EL, and $6 million specifically relates to the Committee on Weights recommendation. This past year's Committee on Weights, their recommendation was really they focus on small schools and the challenges at small schools. And so they're advocating for and requesting for $6 million to do a combination of two things. One is about half of that money would go to a annual application process for schools that are small, rural, isolated to apply for assistance, supplemental assistance from weighted student formula in recognition of economies of scale and challenges such as that small schools face, but also to make a commitment to the smallest schools for an additional $250,000 each. I believe that's all the schools in the Canoe District, the Molokai, Lanai, Hana, and a few of the other smallest schools out there. So that's what that $6 million request is, and we can provide additional details about which schools exactly those are if you would like.
Any further questions, Representative?
Thank you. Just a quick question on, many of us sat on the Maui working groups, and one of them was wildfire prevention and mitigation. And we've had some concerns from schools about fire alarms and working fire alarms. There could be an update on repair, maintenance, and if we know what percentage of fire alarms across the state are not working at schools and what we're planning to do to address them.
Thank you for that. It's a constant battle. And even if one school is out, it's not acceptable. We're currently at 11 that are in critical. It's already in progress to replace. And unfortunately, it takes a while because of permitting, because of rewiring. The new systems require a lot more electrical. It requires the strobe lights and the pull cord. And so it's not replacing just a panel. Most of the schools are dependent on one panel, and that's generally what's failing now is a panel, and that causes a lot of failure. So right now, 11 are in the critical, but that changes every day. We just had another one that just went out. It was inconsistent and going off, so we had to turn it off. So this is a study that we are embarking in at Superintendent's Directive. It is one of his highest priorities to get this thing going and take an inventory of all 258 schools. We know we have the alarm systems. I want to know how old they are. Do we have parts? There was a school that on a neighbor island that we tried to repair 18 times. We try. That's fiscally prudent, but at some point we have to say enough and let's order a new one. Where we want to get to is actually having a proactive plan, Representative, and saying if the average life of a alarm system is 15 years, then let's not wait 15 years, right? Let's fix it at 12, because it's going to take 3 years to replace. So we can get you that report. It's a top priority for the board as well as for the superintendent. So that's my accountability.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, that does go under repair and maintenance in that program and in that process of getting support for the principals if needed.
Yes, so we are fortunate to have two methods of funding. One is a lump sum, health and safety. And so the more you give, the more we can fix. But you also provide by school. And so we appreciate that as well. Now, whether that dollar amount is correct, whether, all those things, but we appreciate both methods of funding. What we're finding is that the lump sum amount for fire alarm specific or health and safety as a broader category helps us more because we can react quicker instead of waiting by school.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Takanuchi.
Hi, I have a question about, teacher recruitment. So we have the teacher recruitment contract, where you contract out those services to get the new teachers and the mentoring, the one that Teach for America currently has. How do we, could you expand on the details about how the contract is monitored? What are the numbers that we're getting in from that and the data? Is that how we also monitor this contract as we're kind of talking about getting teachers into our schools and filling some of those positions?
Thank you, Representative. Office of Talent Management in our Leadership Institute, we do manage the contract, for example, for our Teach for America contract. On an average, we are bringing in approximately 70 new teachers a year with our Teach for America contract. And part of that also involves induction and mentoring for the new teachers too. Because we know not just getting them here, but also seeing what we can do to work with our retention numbers also.
And of those 70-ish that come in every year, what is the retention rate, I guess? Because I think they've had this for a while, right?
Yeah, we've had the Teach for America contract for quite some time, yes. I'd have to get the exact number. I don't have that in front of me about the 5-year retention rate for them.
You maybe send that to the committee.
Sure, I sure can.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Cochran.
Thanks, Chair. And I did notice in reference to the bus stuff, bus contracts, if the increase of 18.2 mil. So what is that contract? Is that going to raise, as Rep. Kilo was mentioning, the pay for drivers in this?
No, that is just when we put the contracts out to bid last year, that is how the contracts were awarded by Island to 3 companies that put in a bid So that is the going rate that we got back. It's unfortunate, but it is.
Okay. Thank you. And another chair. So the other is concerned about a potential HGEA grievance in reference to the less 1 million for, it looks like paid professional leave issue. You folks were looking for funding in order to, supplement this type of payment out. And if it doesn't occur, which is not in the budget, then potential grievances from HGA will happen.
Oh,
So is that, what kind of cost will that incur if that?
We can get back to you, Representative, on that.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one more, Chair, if you don't mind. And the, it's so important. There's like multi-millions of dollars. I can't even quickly add them all up right now. But I mean, for the mental health and well-being, emotional aspect for all our students. And I'm really focusing obviously on Lahaina particular and the hardship that all the students and families are going through right now. And so with the cut in that type of funding, it's just like, it's really heartbreaking, to say the least. So just wondering how that's going to be addressed. Because, we have suicides that are occurring every day. And it's just not being spoken about. And it's just a big...
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Cochrane. We continue to support our students and our staff in Lahaina. And Deputy Armstrong can share a little bit more about what we're currently doing to support students and our employees.
Sure. Hi. Thank you for the question and the concern. And it is a valid concern because it has taken more supports, more resources, and more funding to provide the services to meet the current needs of that community. And so we have implemented both on-site, on-island, and virtual service to support both adult and student mental health needs, social and emotional needs, and all of the, to address the effects that they are experiencing from the trauma that they've gone through. We will continue to advocate and provide these supports, and we will continue to advocate for funding. It's not an option not to provide that to meet the needs of that community. We're committed to continuing with our contracts. We have apps, phone apps, where students have immediate access to request help or even to seek some information if they're not comfortable yet sharing their needs. And so those apps and those supports do cost money, and the department is very committed to ensuring that we continue to be able to provide that level of support, which is a higher level than we've had to provide in previous years.
Yeah, and thank you so much for that, and being as concerned as we all are with that issue. The other thing is about 20 million less for sustaining our summer programs, which is affect 25,000 plus students across the state. And again, I'm not Lahaina. Our children really will be needing this more so than ever. Just all sorts of programs to try and get their mind off of what's going on and stuff like that. But if hopefully, how's this? I don't know. Just trying to figure out the environment that's going to happen this summer without this type of funding.
We are committed and we are set to continue with our summer programs as they've existed in the past couple of years this summer. Moving forward, we do recognize the importance of those programs, and in Superintendent's report, The summer learning was one of the two major factors that teachers and schools attributed into allowing students to make the gains in recovery that they made. We will continue moving forward to advocate for funding to support these programs. We've had some of the programs in the past, but some were at cost to students and families. And we know in the time that we're experiencing now, that cost would be a barrier for students to be able to participate. So we continue to, this summer we're okay. And we'll continue to work on ways to ensure that we provide that level of support during the summer. It's not only for the academic recovery, it's for the social, emotional, the sense of belonging, and being able to have some continued stability during a time where things are very unstable.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that info. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Okay, so a couple questions. Okay, in the governor's budget, DOE received $110 million out of the $327 million in the total ad for FY25. From what I can see, 70% of the 110 was specifically for EDN 400 for school nutrition, buses, and electricity, right? Those types of things. You know, in light of the current situation, right? We just got on Monday the new council revenue numbers. So there are opportunities for us to do some of the things that the members talked about today. And you know, you don't have to answer right now, but you know, if you started considering all those options and what you plan, how you plan to prioritize, maybe going to the governor and asking for some of these things.
Yes.
Okay. No. So you have thought about it. So what it's
Based on Council of Revenue's projections, definitely we'll talk with Budget and Finance and with the governor to see you know what additional funding may be available. You know, are definitely I think coming to today and presenting to Finance and later on to Ways and Means. We're hoping that there will be funding support for our students in our schools, especially in those areas that the department has prioritized. But again, while we really appreciate the governor's support in what he has allocated, you know, we are asking for additional support. So that's coming directly from our schools.
Right. So you know, yeah. So some of those things that I mentioned was kind of that members mentioned, right? The student weighted formula, and then the summer school programs, and you know all these other things. But you know, I want to move to another part of your. Okay, so one of the things that were afforded to the Department of Education is the carryover, and then in your report, the attachment A, you kind of mentioned that there was something done with how you repurposed or substituted some of the money with school impact aid to kind of make some adjustments. And I'm reading that and I really don't know what that means. That's in the attachment A.
Are you referring attachment?
Okay, so your report says your carryover for EDN 100 was $42.95 million, down from $75.13 million in the previous year, and then later in as you go on, it says that we have achieved this by delaying the transfer of substitute charges from general funds to federal impact aid funds.
I believe you're looking at the carryover report in our explanation of carryover, which is the statutory authorized 5% carryover limit.
Right.
And yeah, we have been using approximately half of that authority in recent years.
Yeah. So how does the federal funds work? What are you referring to? I don't.
A little complicated, but what that allowed us to do is to carry over a deficit centrally to offset what we were anticipating or concerned might be.
Is that $36.8 million? That's
yeah,
also
it's basically a timing issue. So we knew we carried over deficit centrally. We used our impact aid. We delayed the use of our impact aid by a few weeks in a sense, in order to get past or through that carryover limit. Even if that additional funding had been factored in, we wouldn't have exceeded our carryover limit. Our fear is always that our schools will carry over more than 5% than we have authority to return back to them. And that's the last thing we want to do is have schools do that, because what they're balancing for is startup costs for the new school year, enrollment fluctuations.
That's
and
part
that
of what I
sort.
want to discuss. So, right, so I know they carry over, because to start, right, you have to start up with a new budget, and you're gonna. Is there any way for us to kind of work on that where we don't necessarily have to rely on carryover? Because part of what bothers me is that, okay, if you really need the money, then you should spend it, right? And if you're saving it for startup, then we should know what the actual cost of startup is.
Well, there's multiple reasons for why schools carry over funds, and I think that report is a real genuine attempt to try to communicate some of those things. One of the reasons schools carry over the fund is uncertainty about enrollment projections, which is, weighted student formula allocations are based upon enrollment. We see just Lahaina, for example, there's a lot of uncertainty around what their enrollment will actually be. And what happens is, based on an enrollment count 10 days after the start of the school year, we true up actual allocations for weighted student based on actual enrollment. So that's one example of why schools may want to hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%, because what they're trying to do is maintain their team of teachers or their school community and hold it together, and not, our funding was cut because we had 10 less kids. Oh my gosh, that's 50,000 less, and then they have to give up a position. So that's part of the motivation. So actually, a lot of our schools are saying, why is it only 5%? Charter schools aren't subject to carryover limits. Why are we? And so it's a conversation that I think we would be welcome to have, but I think there's a lot of issues that schools have and face uncertainty as to why
I've heard those
exercise that.
comments before. So yeah, it's something that I think, again, I just want to get to a point where we're kind of managing it a little better instead of just using an arbitrary number to carry over for a purpose that is unclear what the true number is.
Understood. One thing to keep in mind, it's really a float from year to year. It's not as if it's an unrequired amount. It's always it's fully utilized.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I share one point? As a former principal too, I know that we do carry over funds related, a lot of times related to curriculum expenses. So if a school, we're very focused now on viable curriculum, and we're going through a curriculum review with all of our schools. And so if schools are looking to purchase a new curriculum set, that can be very costly. And so sometimes we do use carryover funds and plan for the following school year to be able to purchase a curriculum in its entirety, which also sometimes comes with professional development that we need to incur to be able to deliver that curriculum. So, but I know just coming to mind, when principals do purchase curriculum for schools, that's a large cost that oftentimes it's a planned carryover.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a conversation that we need to continue to have. So thank you. Thank you for the answer for that. On your DOE presentation on slide 19, one of the things that you show is that the difference between FY23 and then you show FY24, and then it's $2.268 million dropping down to 2.06, and then adding the 55 in 24. Does the FY23 number, the 2.268 number, include the 256 that we appropriated for R&M?
Yeah, so the 256 often referred to as the maintenance of effort funds, or at the time, the state was very concerned about ensuring that there was meeting the maintenance of effort to maintain funding at a certain percentage of the state's total spending. So yes, it does include that investment of the R&M money, into the operating budget.
Okay, so that was intended to be like a one-time spend, and so 130 of that, or about there, was R&M, and then there was some direct appropriations in there, but you did not spend it all. Could you tell us what happened?
Before, I think there's more discussion on that. $17 million of those dollars were repurposed to address fire needs. That's what the governor authorized the department to tap into those funds under emergency powers. And that's what's provided us with our working capital to be able to address emergency or immediate response needs, things like cleanup costs and purchasing of tents. So that's part of the story in relation to the 256
Yeah,
million.
I understand. You know, it's just, yeah, and if you, Mr., if you want to answer, you can too. The, you know, it was intended to be, again, R&M, and I think, right, some of the members brought up that, you know, some of the concerns of the members is, you know, R&M related, right? So I think that's why we did it that way.
Yes, and that was very helpful, Chair. So 125 million was lump sum, and that expended almost all, and will expend. And that went from anywhere from a Washington intermediate, resurfacing of courts, refencing, to roofing. So everything under JOC that we could do quickly was expended quickly. The 130 million that was awarded in 70 line items, and that was more specific. And so we did our best to encumber some. We had approximately 86 million, I think, left that we could not get, of which CFO Hallett said we did request for the governor's assistance to repurpose those bonds, since it was cash, not bonds, but projects as cash, to repurpose for Maui. So the remaining amounts would be returned to BNF.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, the members kind of talked about the bus contracts and things like that. So your base is about 68, and then you're asking for 18. So that's going to take us to 85 million for buses, right? Are you doing anything to help? You know, I understand that, you know, maybe they're, well, it sounds like they're underpaid and, you know, they're overworked to some degree, or it's not fair, right? But at the same time, these are contracts. So if are there penalties for if they don't fulfill the route that they were contracted for? Are there things that you're putting into the contracts to help manage and protect the state's interests, to make sure that there's some stick, if you will, that they fulfill what they contracted for?
Currently, there are two sticks. The first is if they don't run, they don't get paid. So you don't deliver, you don't get paid. The second is if they continuously do that, there is liquidating damages. I would like to see it higher if I were to negotiate it again. And so I think there's room to negotiate for the next time. But right now, we're under contract for the next 5 years at the current contract rate. But we are talking actively to the 3 bus companies that are going to be taking over the routes. There has to be a better solution to this. It's just work in progress. I don't have any crystal ball for you as to what they plan. I do know that the bus providers have indicated that when we've provided those stipends, and it's stipends not just for the school buses, it's across their drivers' base, because all tides rise, that it has helped. And it has helped in the way that drivers want to come to work. They don't call out sick. So that's one positive aspect of it, which has allowed us to fulfill routes back on Kauai, as was mentioned earlier in Koa Ridge and others. It's still not there. We need to restore the routes where we need to get them to. The balance that we have, Chair, is that we need to figure a better way out how we balance 50% ridership. So parents will sign up, but not always ride the bus. The students will not all ride the bus. So there is some leeway for us to improve on that area.
Okay. And then, you know, again, the 70% of the 110 was buses, and then was also electricity. And there's a $2 million increase on that. You know, at one time, I think the schools were paying, and then there were some problems where they weren't paying the bill, so it came back to you. But at the same time, when giving it to the schools was so that they could manage energy use and things like that. But now that you took it back, do you have, do the principals, do you tell the principals, okay, you know what, last month your bill went up like, you know, 10%, and or things like that? I mean, do you help manage that issue?
Yes.
Okay. how
That,
does
that is
work?
one of the strong suits of the department. It's online. Energy usage is by school. The principals are well aware, even though they don't pay the bill, they're well aware of energy conservation. And so we have PPA agreements. We're in the process of installing solar panels to reduce higher energy schools. And so we have tremendous cooperation with the principals across the state. And this is one area where I believe the department is excelling in for energy
Well,
conservation.
That's great news. So what happens if they're not meeting whatever metric you set?
So, some of it, as I'm learning, it's not the principal's fault. It is the design of the school and how an AC unit was hooked up to begin with. If you have a big room or big rooms in one building, but you have one chiller, but you're using one of the 4 rooms, that's an inefficient use of AC, right? You're powering up the whole building. So there are areas of engineering that we need to re-look at and redesign how we're using the AC units. So there's always room for improvement.
Okay. So all of the schools have been, upgraded to LEDs.
All of the schools have LEDs. All of the schools probably are in need of upgrades to some electrical aspect to get more efficient. That's the big one. And we find that when we're trying to install more appliances, AC units, what have you.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. On the food service side, your current budget is 6.92, and you're asking for 21 million, taking it up to 28. So, is there anything happening with what we're getting from the feds or anything like that? That's making that amount grow so much?
We serve 100,000 meals a day. The reimbursement rate that USDA is providing us is probably not efficient or not sufficient to cover the actual cost of the cost locally. And so we are going to get an audit next year. We're working with our HCMP unit, the Hawaii Child Nutrition Program, who has contact with USDA to see if we can move that up. We need to get a higher reimbursement rate.
Who's doing the audit? You're doing the audit?
The USDA comes in.
They're going to do an audit.
And they do an audit. And so they look at the food costs.
And then
our costs have gone up.
Yeah, so so I would assume that, right, inflation, all the things you talked about earlier.
Right.
Right.
So we need to have that audit so we can get our reimbursement rate up.
So that's what's the timing on that?
It was scheduled for next year, but we're asking if we can have it sooner.
Okay.
So that's a weird one. You want to get audited sooner.
Okay. Okay, very good. I think that's helpful. I think, again, we want to work with you. And like I said, in light of the current situation, there are opportunities that we can continue to discuss as far as fulfilling some of the things that were brought up by the members. We will, what you do with the CIP is critical because that's part of what I think holistically needs to, and by the way, not only the Department of Education, all the departments kind of need to work on this, where we just have to kind of manage money a little bit better and, right, I mean, even manage your assets, and we talked about that, right? There are schools, you have declining enrollment since 2010, and you have schools that are, getting smaller and smaller, and right, and there's just overhead costs just by having certain things. And I know we've talked, and you said you're working on that. So we want to continue those conversations and work with you to make sure that these things are doable. And so we look forward to it. If you have any final comments.
I just, on behalf of the department, chair and members of the committee, and we just want to thank you very much for your support for our public schools. Visiting schools are, as I shared earlier, our teachers and our administrators and support staff do an incredible job. They're some of the most committed people I have ever met and had the privilege to work with. So on behalf of all of us, really want to thank you for the efforts that you put in to help our public schools. And I, for one, along with everyone here, we want our public schools to be definitely number one in the country. I think we're working on that trajectory, and we look forward to continue to engage with all of you to ensure that that happens. So again, thank you very much for your support and your effort.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Something just crossed my mind. This goes back to infrastructure, hopefully CIP, but alternate evacuation routes out of the schools in Lahaina. I know one has been created heading south to connect to the bypass, but the discussion has been for years north, way out the back way, so to speak, out of the schools, which would be meaning heading north, and would tie in hopefully to the extension of the northern bypass. But even without, to connect down to existing onto Keawe or something somewhere else. Because again, Lahaina Luna Street, the road had gone down, and now that's the only evacuation route out at this time again. So what's discussion and is being done about that?
I just want to thank you for that question, Representative. I really want to thank and acknowledge the Department of Transportation. DOT, DAGS has been very supportive in our efforts and to address those concerns that have come up in Lahaina. The partnership and the willingness to support our schools in what they built as quickly as they did, for me is amazing, and I really want to thank Department of Transportation for that. I think if we're also looking at additional areas, that's something that we would need to engage with our partners in, and we can update you with that in the near future.
Okay, great. And then lastly, Chair, noticing the less 3.2 plus million for 70 plus contracts, increases for different contracts, which have to do with fire alarms and a lot of important things that we all need done for our schools, to trash pickup, tree trimming, what have you. So how, these they're increases. So you can't renegotiate these 70 contracts. They're ongoing. So how's this shortfall? Where's the funds going to go for this 3.2 plus million shortfall that's not in the budget?
Yes. Thank you for that question. That's a challenge not just for the DOE, across the state. Contracts are obligated contracts, and we pay accordingly. What will happen is we won't cut as many trees. Deferred maintenance gets longer. It's a fact of life. It's unfortunate, and that's why these kind of funds, while not glamorous, are important. Important to cut back the brush, important to continue to maintain. I know there's a lot of question now on cutting back the brush, and we did in Lahaina, but we need to make sure we sustain that. So yes, you're right. We have some obligations, but we also know that we got to balance it. So that's our job as management, to make sure we can prioritize that.
Chair, a follow-up, would the school system be amenable, or is it possible to have volunteer, community efforts to help assist?
That has happened in Lahaina specifically. I would say that schools do have volunteer groups that do maintain the grounds, because some schools are very large, and so they take community days to clean up the locations, but volunteers do help today.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I need to say one thing, Chair, just to correct. I'm full of errors today. So, with regard to Representative Cochran, we talked about the Lahaina Teacher Housing Project, and I confused that with the $45 million that we transferred to SFA. That specific project, with an appropriation of $15 million, is on the lapse list. However, we have been in discussions with Maui County, since they have the temporary housing committee with Wendy Tawamoto driving it, and so that's on the list. We're asking the county to expedite the permitting. The land transfers, as I said, are going from DOT to DOE, but that is a project on the lapse list that we believe we could get done, but it's on the lapse list. So I just want to clarify that. That's the dilemma that we face.
On that project, I'll just comment real quick. I think you have to rethink that project, only because I think the obstacle of that project is that it's separate lots. I think it's like 8 separate lots.
Yes.
And then you're building one unit on each one, whereas versus building a multi-unit over the entire all those parcels.
Sure.
And it's it's something that I think, reciprocal easements or things like that you can work with the county to do. I think it would be a better bang for the buck. We could actually get more teacher housing. So I
We can
just
make it larger, sure.
larger,
Yep.
right?
So this might be a project that lapses.
Anyway, just consider. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.